Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen,
Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Oh no, 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 no. No day for Bahiro, no day for Orido, no. My Sherry, your love that wonder. Baby, please, no send your man. I want you, baby, no for you. I go on for the baby, please. No one, no other. I want you, my finance, my baby, baby, don't fall for you. I go on for you. Just take me as I am.
Texas made it.
From the start, them they tell me, say definitely I go blow. Every time then they hear my sound, then they come ask me for more. Now the love I receive all true, will bring me tears of joy. Baba God, I beg you, oh, say you make my heart so pure. Oh, I change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Let your blessings come my way, change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Oh, I make you change my story. Asikoni bobo nko, every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, oh. Asikoni bobo nko, every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, oh.
Man, I've been doing this shit for a long time. Been not too easy, sure you know that. Sharp money, my love will bill. Money on my mind every minute. All of my life I've been working on it. Mama used to tell me I could make it. Oh Lord, I keep praying for the blessings. Only watching my story today. From nothing up to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah. For your blessings. Only watching my story today. I might prayer every day. From nothing to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah.
Asikoni bobo nko, every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, oh. Asikoni bobo nko, every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, oh. Oluwa change my story today. Right now I dey hear my sound. Oluwa change my story today. From nothing to something. Asikoni bobo nko, every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, oh. Asikoni bobo nko, every day and night, yeah. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, oh. Baby, let me take you there. No time to check time, love you, baby, fair and square. I'll be here beside you, baby, sure you know I care. Don't doubt my love for you now. Come closer, girl, don't back down. So far it's you I fancy. See, no, they come too far from the roadside bar, cause not there they see you. See, I say bad sharp guy, not the shy type. See a girl, I dey feel you. Connect with me now, baby, let's go crazy. Cause I know, say you go be my number one. Baby girl, I tell you. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one show stopping, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shut the one show stopping, yeah. Everybody, they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call me the Confirmer. See my guy for the hood, he they tell me, oh Benny, I say you be Confirmer. Yeah. See, I say you be, yeah. Baby girl, take your time. See the one thing with me, girl, me I know they ask 2 times. But that doesn't mean that I don't want you to be mine. No playing games now, baby. This time around you'll stay here. Don't slow it down, my baby. Biggie, biggie, heavy, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, cause you're the one showstopper, yeah. Biggie, biggie, heavy, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, cause you're the one showstopper, yeah. Everybody, they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call.
Good morning and welcome to the show with the Morning Patriots on African Patriot Radio. We're streaming live from Abuja, Nigeria, and you know how we do it from Abuja. We reach the entire continent of Africa. You know how we do it right now. We bring you a lot of gist from what's trending in the political world to social issues to the entertainment, and of course we'll have a teaser for the day. Yeah, today's Thursday and the 14th day of May in 2020, and we'll like to classify today as the Throwback Thursday. So very soon we'll ask you to join us and give us your comments. Tell us what you think about all that is going to be happening right here on the show. My name is Susan Achin. You can call me this week Susie.
And my name is Messi Joe. You can call me MJ.
And of course, we got the Godfather right here, Yao Bremen.
Yeah, we got a glam team. I don't know why Yao is looking really proud today.
Really?
Not like he's humble, but I mean,
what do you mean? Not like
he just looks like
shots.
Okay,
Just
he looks like call on Yao.
shot.
Like, call on Yao.
That
He'll
was
be there.
shot. That was shot fire. Straight into my heart, the bullet.
Oh,
but thank God I
really?
survived it.
Okay, while we rush you out to the hospital so that you can be tested, we're going on a quick break, and when we come back, the Morning Patriots will be kicking it off. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen.
Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Oh na na na, Cyrus on the beat. Oh na na na,
Fuego!
don't you ever leave me for the paper. She said my success is the payback. You be the sauce, you be the flavor. I no go ever use your flavor. If you give me love, I no go run away. And every other day go be like holiday. Maybe scatter body or you wanna waste. The way you hypnotize be like I the crazy. You know say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up for my hood. You know, say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up, yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for the groove, yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for the groove. Oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the loving. All the loving. Oh, my baby say yeah. Oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Oh. Shut up, put the Gucci on the plate. My baby, give it to me, it's getting late. My baby, give it to me, you know, say waiting, you got it, baby, you know, say you get it, wait. Baby, give me love, oh, yeah. Baby, give me trust, oh. Baby, give me love, oh, yeah. Baby, give me trust. I no go lie, what I'm feeling inside. You make a nigga wanna turn upside down. The way you roll, the way you
Welcome back from that break. This is African Patriot Radio, and it's the Morning Patriot on the show today. Well, we told you that we're going to be bringing a lot of things coming your way shortly. The coronavirus update from Africa. Yeah, what's going on in South Africa?
Okay, now South Africa is going higher. The figures in South Africa, talking about the new cases and then the total cases in South Africa of coronavirus, what they have and everything. Okay. As of yesterday, they had 724 new cases and 13 new deaths. That takes us to the total of coronavirus cases in South Africa, which is 12,074. Wow. And then the death so far is 219 deaths. And then the recovered cases is 4,745 recovered cases.
For the number of cases that they have and the deaths.
Well, the thing is, I don't know in South Africa, it may be the lockdown in South Africa is still being enforced, because if it's still being enforced and then they're still having these high figures coming out of South Africa, I mean, it's,
what else can be done?
It is something for us to really get worried about.
Yeah, we'll soon be seeing the fact that they're actually trying to even ease it. So.
Okay, now let's go over to Egypt. Egypt recorded 338 new cases and 12 deaths yesterday. Total number of cases now in Egypt stand at 10,431 cases. Their deaths 556 and recoveries 2,408 recoveries. It's always a good news when you
still a reason to smile.
Still a reason to smile when you see the recoveries, when in spite of anything.
Well, in Morocco we have 94 new cases. The total cases is now 6,512 with 188 deaths and 3,131 recoveries.
That's almost half. Almost half of the cases.
Almost half of the cases when it comes to the recovery cases. Okay, now, Nigeria, as of yesterday, they had 186 new cases, 7 new deaths, and then the total cases of coronavirus there is 6,253. And then for the death toll so far, it is 522. And for the recovered cases, is 3,058 recovered cases.
Yeah, still almost half.
Still almost half. And then the death, 522.
Moving to Ghana. Ghana recorded 281 new cases and 2 new deaths yesterday. Wow. Coronavirus cases total 5,408 cases now in Ghana, and the death still 24 deaths.
I don't.
Ghana didn't record any deaths yesterday.
As for
day before yesterday.
No, day before yesterday, it was
0 deaths, no deaths.
Just 22 deaths.
24.
Yesterday, 2 more people died.
And the recovered cases are 514 cases now.
Wow, the difference
people have
is
been
quite
recovered.
encouraging from the recoveries and the number of deaths. Well, in Nigeria, where we are seated at, there were 184 new cases confirmed with 6 deaths, bringing the total number of cases to 4,971 with 164 deaths and 1,070 recoveries. Wow, which is a great thing.
It's always a thing of a joy.
Yeah.
It is always a thing of a joy when you get to notice that we have people recovering from this virus and everything.
Regardless
of how crazy everything has been so far.
Although in Nigeria, the NCDC which, however, talked about testing about 2,500 Nigerians in a day, but we are not seeing that actually being met now when we're seeing the cases of probably 800 and something, 1,000 something really being tested in a day. It's really very poor.
You really have to look at, do they really have the manpower, and then do they also have that, how available are the test kits?
According to them, they are available.
We'll be coming to that seriously. The issue of the test kits is what we're talking about earlier. The fact that we are not even sure how, what word do I use now? Are these test kits even effective?
Are they effective?
You know, how effective are they? You know, and we're going to be coming to that. But very recently, trending is the fact that we now have a new chief of staff in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Gambari.
Professor Ibrahim.
Congratulations, Gambari.
Yeah.
Gambari.
Your tongue is already... Your tongue has already become friendly with the name. I love the way she said it.
Gambari.
Yeah, so
for someone who grew up in the north, I think it would be easy for her to just pronounce the name, you know.
Yes, I think Elvis was saying something about the Riri. Abakari. Buhari. Gambari.
There's something about the Riri, you know. But well, reactions from people. A lot of people are really giving Train accolades, you know.
Congratulations to him.
Yes.
And praising him.
Yeah, despite him being an academic, a diplomat, he's actually a fine man.
Okay.
I'm just saying, it's an observation.
No, it's cool. It's cool. You know, there are a lot of things about him. Just a few facts. The fact that he was born in Ilorin is actually of royal blood.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's related to the Emir of Ilorin, Alhaji Ibrahim Sulu Gambari. So he's a prince.
He's a prince.
Yeah, people say with his profile, he's really so qualified.
He's seasoned. He's concentrated, like... I don't even know.
He was meant to be.
Yes.
He was just meant. But people talking about that, they didn't even see it coming to Gambari.
That's what I was coming
to. So how comes
the
where...
fact that the limelight wasn't even on him.
On him.
Well,
so we had this kind of prestigious person in the country.
That is one thing I loved about this whole thing.
Yeah.
Just so that, because a lot of people had their mind set up on some other people.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, Professor Gambari became the person that the president.
Disappointment.
Why?
Yeah, because I mean, now somebody.
No one gave him a chance. Yes, nobody mentioned his name.
Was never on
that list. So how they really get how?
Why I said it's a beautiful disappointment. Now, people would have expected the other people whose names were, prominent on the list, and then Gambari just slips in from nowhere. And guess what? We now find out that he is a seasoned scholar. He is loaded.
Well, I think the president might have gone through his profile and everything, and then got to see that
mouth-watering,
deep-rooted research.
This professor, this man right here, deserves to be in this position.
Out from under.
They did say something. When God wants to bless you. When he really wants to bless you.
When is your time, is your time.
No man can curse.
So, just a few things about him too. He was a visiting professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, Georgetown University. He has served as a research fellow. The then governor of Kwara State also appointed him as the first chancellor of Kwara State University in 2013. So that's a lot of things.
Yeah, actually, very lot of
By
things.
the time you go through his CV and then his portfolio, you will know that Professor Gambari.
You wouldn't need to make any noise. You just know that he has he is for the president and to the president and not to Nigeria.
He actually came out to say that he's solely responsible to his principal, President Muhammad Buhari.
Exactly.
Because very soon Nigerians will say, he did not. What did he do for us?
So Nigerians get it clear.
I said it from the beginning now.
Clear. He is not for.
He's not even looking at your faces.
It's not for everybody.
He's just for the president.
It's not for everybody, but it belongs to one person.
Yes, he's just answerable to the president. That's all, not to us. So don't come out and call his name at any time.
Thank you very much. Everything he said he's going to be dedicated and loyal to the president. And he also said the president needs his expertise. So he actually knows that.
So confident.
Very confident.
Just like me. I'm just like him,
Wow.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
Already. You already know.
Wow.
I'm not Famza. Remember yesterday I kind of congratulated him before.
We all did.
We all did.
We're all here now.
We are all here. We congratulated you.
They were all here.
So earlier, I think or MJ that was talking about the issue of South Africa and the
rising cases of COVID-19.
And they're actually trying to ease down the lockdown.
The lockdown.
Phases like Nigeria.
Okay, now this is it. They've not eased the lockdown yet, and they're having these figures. Now imagine when they ease the lockdown, what's going to happen?
I mean,
Well, I just pray South
It's gonna be a
Africans are
flood.
not like us here, that sometimes we don't get to obey simple instructions. Well, I hope by the time they get to ease the lockdown, they'll obey simple instructions.
Okay. How is that going to happen?
We're
Because-
hoping.
Yeah, we are hoping. Let's just hope that they do protect themselves.
Yeah,
properly.
because it's
Because this is alarming. The figures here are just
it's
crazy.
scary. I mean,
12,000.
we've not even tested up to that
724
number
new
until-
cases as of yesterday. 724 new cases. 13
In
new
one
deaths
day.
in one day.
In one
That's
day.
so much.
How many have been tested here in Nigeria?
I think they need to take another step. They need to look at. I mean, there are different approaches that they should.
Or
look
do
at
you
this
think they
point.
should just
I don't
look at
know.
the test kit? Maybe there's something wrong with their test kit.
Okay, maybe people. Okay, maybe
Like
the
how
number is
accurate
more-
are the test results?
How
Okay,
accurate
should we
are
How
the
look at
accurate are
that?
the positivity of
Should
those
we be
test
looking at that
results?
because MJ was in a live interview with a COVID-19 patient.
Yes.
And she came out looking very, very drained of a lot of confusing information
exactly.
that emanated from that particular encounter with that person on Instagram Live.
I kept
actually.
asking questions that I don't think I got a solid answer to,
Yeah.
and I
There's
didn't
so many
understand.
questions.
She talked about having sore throat as her own symptoms and severe headache. I think out of how many, this is the one we'll be hearing the
There was
severe
a
headache.
video.
Truth and severe
There was a video I saw on Facebook this morning.
Yeah.
In the UK, where some 6 policemen went to a particular man's house to arrest his 13-year-old daughter. And what he did was he just picked up the phone and then had a conversation with these guys while he was having a video upstairs. It was like, okay, you guys are coming to my house at this point in time when the government said everybody should be at home. You're coming to my house to arrest my 13-year-old daughter without a face mask, without hand gloves. And then you want me to release my 13-year-old daughter to you.
How
For
am I
what?
sure that you are not in-
What did she do?
She's a minor, so I'm wondering
She's
why-
a minor, and
why
then
she be arrested?
and then they said she assaulted someone.
Okay. And they're coming to arrest her without
Now
any...
this is it. Now this is it.
glove.
Now this is it. This case actually happened since January.
And of all times,
Since January, and I think
very interesting.
I think they were going through some processes at the court and everything before the whole coronavirus outbreak and all that. So they were asked to just go back after the whole pandemic. They're still going to continue the case. And then 6 policemen showed up in his house without a face mask
Not even one
in
of
the
them.
UK. And then he asked, the same government, okay, you claim that your officer sent you to
Susan,
my
are
house.
you hearing this? Are you hearing
Sent
this?
you to my house to pick my 13-year-old daughter. The same police people, the same law
Enforcement, agencies.
said we should stay at home. We should quarantine ourselves.
And then you
And then you
have
came to the
flaunted-
house.
You have flaunted that rule of even staying at home because you've come out of your house already.
How can that man
So in
actually
a
feel
space
free
of how
to
many
give
minutes
his
you're
daughter
flaunted-
out to them?
I
They are
wouldn't
not
do- I
safe.
wouldn't do
He said he's not giving out his daughter, that they should go back after the whole pandemic.
Yeah.
They should
'Cause
come
so
back.
why-
and
why-
then
That's
he's
the
going-
truth.
Why were they in a hurry?
And then he's going to hand over his daughter to them. And to start with, you don't even have a what's it called, search warrant. Get out of my property. He sent
Yes.
the policeman out of his properties.
That's the
Asked
best
them-
thing to do. If I were him, that's what I would
Yes,
do.
yes,
He asked
I
them to
can't
go
release
get a
my
face
daughter to
mask.
you just
he
like
asked them
that.
to go wear the face mask, wear the hand gloves. It was alarming. The same police
In this
people,
pandemic.
In this pandemic.
And they are supposed to be enforced.
They're supposed to enforce
the
it.
law. So it's unfortunate.
The same
But
people
anyway,
are breaking the law.
Anyways, it's really we now see that this is not necessarily an African thing. Or
Yeah.
It's not an
Nigerian
African
It's
thing.
thing. Like,
everybody
sometimes we like
thing,
to put
no.
it in quotes. It's a general thing. I think there's a lot of confusion this period, and some people don't even know when they break rules. Everything just seems to be clashing here and there.
Yeah.
But anyways, the Madagascar president Andry Rajoelina has come out to say that there's something about the West, the West's condescending attitude towards traditional African medicine. So, I'm wondering, does that have anything to do with the fact that the WHO will not approve of this herbal cure, even when most people are already embracing it?
In the same Madagascar.
Yes. So the president is saying that the reason why they are refusing to approve of this is because, when it's an African medicine, it's looked at like, Okay, probably
The
pretty sure
the
it's up
president
to-
hasn't approved it yet.
No, not the problem.
WHO has-
WHO.
You know that we are still in the process
Okay,
of WHO
this
approving
is
that
it.
Madagascar.
Okay, this
so the
is it.
president is saying it is because it is coming from the traditional African
Part.
part. That is why
The
he's giving
WHO.
this kind of treatment.
So if it was coming from
So
like
we
The West,
probably would have
yeah.
embraced
Embraced it
you
better.
know, if maybe
it was coming from other sources.
Well, it's simple. Let the West look for their cure. Why we look for our
and
cure?
let's use our cure. If
It's
it
a
works for us.
simple
It's that
thing.
simple.
In fact, yeah, I owe you
Lunch
one
and
sachet
dinner.
of water.
What's that?
What's that?
Please let me ask.
See, yo,
I apologize on her behalf.
Yo, do you know what it means to thirst? If you're very thirsty,
I
you
have
cannot
one
talk
bag.
this talk.
I've got one bag in the freezer. So you give me
You
one.
guys
is
are
nothing.
not here. You see,
Yeah,
it
just
all boils
proud.
down to see. At this point in time, we're all meant to just get
Yeah,
whatever we
yeah,
can
we
get
don't
to
care,
cure ourselves.
right?
We don't. Nobody. They don't want to listen yet. No problem. But let's just cure ourselves for the meanwhile.
We've
got something.
COVID organic,
Yeah,
and if it's working for us,
then it's fine.
So why? It's fine.
if you feel you're not going to approve it
Fine.
because it's all the way from Africa,
Fine.
now the thing is, most
So,
of
but the issue is now the WHO is the first and final ruling body when it comes to health issues worldwide. Now, if they do not approve of this herbal cure, what is going to happen?
What's going to be the
Can we
consequences?
go out of our way to insist that this is working for us? And we have
But
to-
other countries in Africa
Excuse
are
me.
already
Excuse me,
importing the
Susan.
drugs already.
Excuse me, Susan.
the
If
excuse, yeah, quite
if-
excused.
if we get the COVID organic right here in
Yeah.
Nigeria, and then these infected cases that we
Yeah.
have here, they give them this drug
Yeah.
and it works.
Yeah.
Would you care about what the
Just love that
WHO?
part, it works.
No.
Would you care? That is it.
Nobody is gonna care.
Nobody's
Nobody's
gonna
even
care.
going to damn the consequences of
no,
what the
no,
WHO
no,
will
this-
do
I
at
got
the
some
end
really
of the
bold
day.
human beings in this studio.
Now,
right?
now this is it. Now this is it. Other Western countries
Yeah.
would definitely want to try it out,
Yeah,
and they
everybody's trying to
wouldn't
try
care
something.
what the WHO is saying.
That's the truth. Who
So
would
the
care?
truth is, I think WHO should just hide their pride. That is, let them just
It's,
hide
it's,
their
it's, it's
pride.
just like that Bauchi state governor that said chloroquine worked for him. He
yes,
doesn't care
he
if you are
doesn't
saying
care,
chloroquine
because
is
he's
not going
fine.
to, but he doesn't care because it worked for him. So how can you tell me now that people are going to actually care about the
Yeah.
WHO right
Yeah,
now
it's true,
when
yeah.
people are dying and people are getting infected day in day out? So what do you
Anyway,
expect?
So we've chosen what we choose is life and
Yeah,
results.
because you
We
can't
work with
just fold
results.
your
If
hands
the
and be watching that
ingredients-
because
if
this
these
is
ingredients of COVID organic was actually discovered
Yeah.
by a white man,
and they said it's
and they said, okay, believe me, in some ways, WHO might just be like, okay, let's
Anyway,
just see how it
No.
goes.
Anyway, we are not sure. This is the opinion of the Madagascar president.
Yeah.
That's
When it
just
comes
what he's
to
saying.
Africa.
We're not ruling. We're not saying it is
Yeah,
gospel.
right.
We're not saying that is why they're not approving it anyways. This is just what he said.
It's what he
proudly
thinks.
What he
African.
thinks.
It's what
and
he
we are just
thinks,
saying
and
what
we're
he
just
said, right?
deliberating on what he
Proudly
thinks.
African.
One time, people. So the NAFDAC is also refuting rumors. They're saying that Nigerians are trying to. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Nigerians are trying to also, bring up. But the NAFDAC has come out to say that people shouldn't listen to the fake news. A lot of fake news on social media. That so many people have been bringing samples of the vaccine. They said
There's only one
one company, one person
that has brought their own
and that
remedy.
is not even a cure for the disease. That it is a cure for the symptoms. Some of the symptoms.
You see, so why
So
are
only
we
one company has
Now, this is it.
Nigeria, my
proposed-
country. Nigeria, my country. Why?
If
You will
we
make
can
lots
have-
of noise as if the government
So,
is not
I
looking
mean,
inward.
I mean,
But
what
at the
are
end
we
of the
saying?
day, we are opening it up, and it's just one person. And what the president has even brought, it's not like it's a cure.
Yeah.
It's a remedy to the different symptoms
Symptoms,
that
not
the
even-
COVID-19
not
patients
even-
feel.
If you can treat the symptoms,
Yeah.
is it not as good
We're
as
on the
being
way,
cured?
right?
No, we are on the way, but I think the point of this is that the lots of noise being made by several Nigerians. Yet
That-
it's just
yeah,
one
so
person
now we're
that
happy
has
that we
come
know
out.
the truth,
No, now we know the
because it means
truth.
that there might be that laxity. It's like it's not as serious as it's looking. When we hear that, okay, Nigerians are also working on getting the vaccine, we must have been thinking that many people have already started submitting samples. But
Yes,
that's what we heard. a
that's
few
what we
days ago.
thought. The way
We
people,
thought
the
so.
noise has been like, and give inside. we thought lots of people would have submitted remedies by now.
But I mean, unfortunately,
I think I'll need to look inwards and see if maybe I have a talent in that aspect.
Yeah, guess what? What? This is very. I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. Well, you know when you were quiet, I had the feeling that something dropped in your mind about it.
So please stop giving this guy hope.
Stop
it.
Is that loud?
But there's another funny story. The fact that Burundi has expelled the WHO representatives in the country and 3 other health experts.
Reasons.
Okay, that's the issue. Then the thing is, the foreign affairs minister has not confirmed it, but a source from the ministry has confirmed it.
Okay.
Reasons.
Why?
Reasons.
I don't know.
I would like to know the reason.
I just want to laugh.
Hope is not what I'm thinking about. Hope is not what I'm thinking about.
Burundi.
Well, I hope it's not what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I hope
it's what
maybe they are tired of WHO already. You people should now come and be good.
Whoa, Kuro.
So I mean, this is all becoming very interesting and very funny. Are we looking at a situation whereby very soon we'll be expelling some experts from
please.
Well,
I don't. It shouldn't get to this. I mean, this is quite.
I think Africans are tired already.
Yeah, we're getting tired.
Not like we're getting tired. We're tired.
They asked Lagosians to vote.
70,000 of them have voted already.
So yeah, right.
Yes, and about 50% or more than 50% actually voted that the lockdown should be implemented.
Oh my God,
there should be a
that's
lockdown.
shocking.
Very shocking
3
from
months.
Nigerians.
3
You
months.
said.
Sorry, say what? Is it
3 months?
Was it
Wonderful.
3 months?
Wonderful.
Yeah, that was what I saw.
And these are the same Nigerians that wanted the lockdown to be relaxed, and these are the same Nigerians that now want the lockdown to be implemented.
I mean, I feel like COVID-19 is that kind of virus that makes you confused sometimes. You don't even know what you want.
I think it's toying with us.
Yes, I think it's
toying
playing with us.
It's playing with our head.
COVID-19
This moment,
is
you know
signal
what you want.
Okay, sorry, COVID-19 is not here. I don't know where it is. We signal
COVID-19
you.
is not your mate.
We signal you. I don't know why you're trying to mess with our head, but it's very
this moment we think we know what we want. The other moment,
the next time
it's a different
we really don't know
ball
what's
game.
happening. But anyways, I'm looking at we're moving on. Talking about the Almajiris. I think I don't know why Kaduna State is they're really serious about this issue. Erifai was actually saying that the northern governors are bent on sorting the issues in this system, because 60 Almajiris from the isolation center, after being certified COVID-19 free, have now reunited with their families in KD.
Okay. In KD.
Yeah.
In Kaduna.
This is
a thing of joy now.
They are real families, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
We talked about this yesterday.
Is there any other family that you know that we do not know about? Please, can you tell us?
I think we should be asking.
You have a mic. I was going to just.
Well, I think we should be asking those authorities. I think we should be asking the authorities, because in this case, see.
So you mean they had families all this while?
This is it.
I don't want to say anything.
Susan.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
sometimes I get tired of all this stuff. They should just come out and tell us this is what is happening. See, look at my face. I'm tired already.
I'm very sorry. You can't get tired because that's your job.
No, let me tell you something. Do you know the only thing I even have to say? Can they even show us pictures, videos of them reuniting with the supposed family they are talking about? Yes, it's true now. I can imagine. So all those Almajiris actually have fathers and mothers.
Where did they pick these Almajiri children from? What state?
Okay, it isn't mentioned here, but the other time
they didn't mention.
From Kano. Mostly Kano.
Okay, so from Kano they moved them to Kaduna, Katsina. Well, I believe they got rosters and addresses of.
So you want to tell me those children also knew their parents before being on the streets of Kano?
How did they get to this?
How did now? So
the entire system.
I asked the same question yesterday.
These questions, no answer.
Well, I think we need to get someone who understands this to come explain to us how this thing works, because I can't be sitting down here every time looking confused.
So they have record of this people's family.
Record.
And we that's what we're talking about. This whole thing sometimes wants to look. I don't want to use the word that comes to mind.
Yeah, don't say it. Don't say what you want to say.
Yeah.
Just hold it.
Please,
hold it.
Don't just
hold it.
Take a breath. But we're still talking about the issue of test kits.
Mm-hmm.
We should really look into that. I feel like if we can test everybody.
And if the
At
test
least-
kits
at least
are
they-
bringing
you were talking about,
accurate
out of
results.
25,000.
This is it.
Out of 20, then
This is it.
2,500
Beg your pardon, 2,500.
people that they claim that they should be able to
This
test.
is it. From
So
next
day.
week,
if we're lacking test kits, what is the way
from
forward?
next
How do
week, from next week, we need to get someone from NCDC to come be right here to come explain to us.
Too many
what is
questions to
really
be
happening.
asked.
Okay, so yeah.
We need
thank you
someone
very
from
much.
NCDC
Thank
to
you
come
very
sit
much,
down here and
because
tell
you'll
us
be
what is
bringing that
happening.
person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no
You just said
problem.
it.
No problem.
Okay, so
I'll go and sleep in front of their gate. Yeah.
Please, when you sleep there, just stay there. Just isolate. Stay there.
but talking about South Africa have been they've tested like 370,000.
Nigeria is not anywhere near there.
And already, look at the figures we're having. We've not even tested
So that is
10,000
my
people
fear.
yet.
Thank you very much.
So
So
when we
imagine
test,
by the time we get to test 10,000
what are we going to
people,
get?
Because
at the
what
end
are
of
the
day?
figures that we're
we
going
have
to get?
moved from contact tracing
Tracing.
to community transmission.
Community
Yeah, that's the scary part of
Spreading.
this. That
Community
means the
spreading.
spread is going to be wider than
Yeah.
imagined.
Yeah. So,
Niger people.
And as a result of the easing of the lockdown, we now had more cases.
4,900 and I mean.
4,971. How many more?
And this is just the first phase of the easing of the lockdown. We have not even started to.
Is this really the
enter
first
into the
phase?
no, it's the first. They said the first phase, but Nigerians don't even care
Correct.
at this point. I think everybody is in their own phase.
Why are we
They're in
still
their
here?
Individual phases.
Why are we still here? Why? How?
No. I think.
If the president himself can obey the simple rules and regulation,
Beg your
the
pardon?
leader, the president,
Yes.
the president, social distancing, you see him with a face mask.
Yeah.
He isolates himself from people. Who are
Even
we
the NCDC
Nigerians?
officials
Who
themselves.
are we Nigerians?
During their presidential brief, task force brief, every single day you see them wearing face masks.
masks.
And
There
they
is
sit,
no
you know,
day.
the
They
2 meter,
they
you
talk
know,
with the face mask. They
distancing.
literally talk with the face mask. They
Which
speak
is
with
not
it.
easy, but they
Which is
are
not easy,
leading by
but-
example.
They are leading by example.
So
and
what
then
more
the
do
only
we
thing
want?
Nigerians want, forget them, Ojari. They have money. What is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Is
think
that what we should really be talking about, or we should be talking about how to save our
They are
lives?
also now talking about
we'll
how-
all be with our face masks tomorrow, so that you will know that we
face
we
masks.
actually
We
have
have
face
face
masks.
masks.
And we've been using our hand sanitizers, you know, all day long.
maybe we demonstrate it for them
all day
again.
long. So tomorrow we're going to be all kitted up, but you just might be hanging somewhere. Yeah, it will be easy for you to hang his because he has a very favorable face. But
Hanger.
ours might just fall off. Ours might just fall off.
What did you call it? What did you call it?
Hunger.
Hanger. All right, the show is still the Morning
It's fresh.
Patriots on African Patriot Radio, and this is the Sleek Susie with MJ and of course
Yes,
the
yes.
Godfather Yaya. Anyways, we today's Throwback Thursday. Yeah, we're gonna be having a lot of fun, you know, giving you a rundown of a lot of beautiful things, entertainment, you know. But shortly, we'll just go and enjoy some mid-tempo music. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, come on, me baby girl, oh yeah, give me brain. You be my rhythm and blues, my rhythm and blues. Happy to make you my muse, yeah, yeah. Need I catch you for the news, oh, be a baby for the groove. You be my rhythm and blues, happy to make you my muse. Need I catch you for the news, oh, be a baby for the groove. Ah, oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the lovin'. Oh baby, give me all the lovin'. Na na na, my baby say ah, oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the lovin'. Oh baby, give me all the lovin'. Na na na. Give me all the lovin', you're my baby girl, you. Give me all the loving, you're my baby girl. Don't you ever let me go. Don't you ever let me go, no. Don't you ever let me go. O-V-I.
Cyrus and the beat, I'm Bradley producer.
She move my day bed, don't need. Oh yeah, everybody get their own story. Oh, ah, yeah. Kira Rakita o dollar laye. If you're making that dough, you know me shalaye. Ozu go pay mo rakbalagbade. No one mamopo body check out your shit. If you think it, you can make it. Enter studio and start to make it. Omo, I believe and then I made it. One name you leche and then I break it. Mo ma lowa lowa, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowa lowa, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Mo ma lowa lowa, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowa lowa, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Mama told me, boy, this life ain't no easy go. This life when I turn right and make it count, giving meaning go. I quit to check on my nije, Baba show me the way. Magic way, authority, LA, Papa Dakunjo, Dakun me. Let me the reason say this thing I no go far. Let me the reason I no get back. It show you I know the reason I'm look at. See for your eyes, see my nigga I go blue pa. Mama lowa lowa, mama kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowa lowa, mama kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Mama lowa lowa, mama kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowa lowa, mama kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda.
I remain your extraordinary DJ Elegant. Let's go. Now so, may all and all our prayers be answered. The vision is right. Let's go. Now so.
But I did pray me, Papa, shining light. Also never paper, bad man still did grind. I pray the one day my mama go smile. Yeah. I'm on a journey, I don't know where it leads. Daco don't cry for me, Daco pray for me. Too many eyes, so things that lay before me. I pray that Baba shining light on me. See them go fear when they hear my song. All my fans they ask them, they cry for joy. All my life I've been praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. Them go fear when I drop my Colombi coco. It is sweet them for party, they do them totori. All my life I be praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. So many nights I swear, things my mouth can't tell. We all just praying for better days, make the thing just gel. Do my best to lift the rest, I beat my chest up. Say Baba, just shining light on me. I'm on a journey, I don't know where it leads. Daco don't cry for me, Daco pray for me. Too many eyes, so things that lay before me. I pray that Baba shining light on me. See them go fear when they hear my song. All my fans they ask them, they cry for joy. All my life I've been praying, Baba pick my
conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful.
Once upon a time in our lives, situations stabbing like knives, questions rising, how do I fight? That is not for you and me, leave everything to the king. You need to feel nice, painful feeling means you're alive, I know that man feeling likewise, thanks and praises to the king, after suffering comes relief. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hate is ugly, shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. Price for joy, you name it, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. They see bearing in you, I see pain. You all that I embrace. You were star, no one can take your place. I will never trade you for no one on any day. Doesn't feel right. How they do me bad but flex life. They cheat me but still they leave large. Where's the drive to stay good when surrounded by evil? You need to love still. Let go from unless you won't heal. God is at the wheels to stand still. Trouble, pain, they disappear when you wait, you wear a chair. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hate is ugly, shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. Price for joy, you name it, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. They see bearing in you, I see babies. Had to love you all that I embrace. You were star, no one can take your place. I will never trade you for no one on any day. See in life, what you like will likely shun you. But be careful what you like and what you shun to. He's your type, you trust him and now he hurt you. But the other loved you but he wasn't for you. And it's unwise, We want this but when it comes, we turn a blind eye. Oh no. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. Life for joy, you name it, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. They see bearing in you, I see pain. Had to love you all that I embrace. You were star, no one can take your place. I will never trade you for no one on any day.
Oh no, 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 no. No day for my hero. No day for my sherry. Your love that wonder. Baby, please. No send your man. I want you. Baby, no for you. I go on for the do. Baby, please. No one, no other. I want you. My finance. Why, Fanny? Baby, don't want for you. I go on.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriots on African Patriot Radio.
Welcome back to the show with the Morning Patriots on African Patriot Radio, and you can follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook at African Patriot Radio, on YouTube, and also on Instagram. And we told you that the time will come when we'll ask you to drop your comments, and that time is now. Anyways, before we came back, from that short break, I was actually, talking about an EP, that we could drop.
Yeah.
The Morning Patriot EP.
Featuring Messi Joe.
It was supposed to be a surprise, but he just really we'll have to work on something else because you guys have heard.
We're working on something big, very, very big. Messi Joe will be no. You haven't seen all of me. Yo, tell down.
Moving away from fiction, in reality, I just want to back it up.
Yeah.
In reality, I just want to back it up. We were seen in the studio with Kobams and Sokoa.
Oh,
I
can't wait to hear that one. I'm just imagining how it would sound like.
And I saw,
Adeswa.
do you know something?
One of the best music producers in Nigeria, or should I say Africa, Kobams. I just can't wait to
And you
back
need to
it
hear
up.
his coronavirus song. Very inspiring and sweet.
Kobams,
You know Kobams, he's an inspirational singer.
Yeah. Kobams.
Kobams mentioned everybody's speechless. Anyways,
Speechless.
I saw the picture of them in the studio.
Yeah.
Kobams, and there was also, oh my God, is it Mastercraft that was there also? But then I saw Adeswa leaning on Banky like this. If you see all loved up in the studio, I'm
Wake
like,
up.
is it a love song?
Wake up.
Is it love Corona song?
So of course we're anticipating that one.
It's been long we heard something from Banky W.
I miss
Yeah.
Banky, yes.
So I can't wait to actually
I've always
listen
been
to
his
this
fan,
one.
and I just can't wait. Like this song, hey, Ebute Meta.
Yeah.
From
Ebute
Meta.
One of his first singles. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Lagos Party and all that.
Ain't nobody like a Lagos Party.
Okay, we know that based on who we are, we can remix it to Ain't No Party like the APR party.
APR, do we party here?
This is a party. This is like a morning Patriot party.
Yeah, you stretch head. Cool.
All right, we're just looking for something.
Anyways, E-Money's arrest has been trending, on social media for a while now. And 21 week, hey.
Yeah, I was saying, how does it look like now?
21 week. I don't know, seriously.
I've missed him.
I mean, 21 week. He used to be a godfather that year in the movie industry.
That year.
Music wise, gyration.
He was. So, he said something very funny. He said looking at the it's really investigation, but the whole arrest situation. He said is only when somebody is rich that the person is followed or the person is arrested. If the person is poor, the person will have attention.
That is not true.
Because the issue it was a straight up issue, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, this guy was using police escorts. They were approved for him to use them for his security, personal security. Mm-hmm. But then they were now
there was this allegations about him using them for domestic stuff.
And domestic.
And that's like disregarding our security personnel. That's not what it's meant for.
No, we don't subscribe to that. Yeah. I remember yesterday I did say something. Don't we have private security companies in Nigeria?
We do.
We should have.
We have a couple of them. We do.
Yes.
We do have a lot. If he wanted volunteers, he should have gotten bodyguards.
In fact, you can be training for karate,
Yeah, not using our police.
Well, I heard you guys say something about if I become one of them, you guys.
Yes, if I was going to be one of them. I would just say my husband, see, just put Yao there and then we're good to go. Nobody will come. Nobody will come.
I will so believe in Yao. I will so pay Yao. Yao doesn't need to move a muscle. He just needs to compliment the way he looks with a nice dark sunshade. That's all.
It's a simple thing, as simple as that.
Well, after this,
with black and black.
We'll talk about that, right? Business, right?
Business, yeah.
After this, we'll discuss the terms and conditions.
No problem. I know somebody that really wants you to do the bodyguard thing for me. Yeah.
Trust us, we got you. So Osas Ihodaro, is going to be starring in Rattlesnake, the remake.
The remake of Rattlesnake.
Yes.
Amaka Igwe's Rattlesnake. Well, blessed her
1994.
Blessed her soul. Amaka Igwe.
Isn't that the big deal now?
Yeah. Well,
Rattlesnake.
Amaka Igwe, she's
Osas.
Do you?
I
can't.
Fuji House of Commotion. Remember Fuji's House of Commotion? She was a creator of Fuji's House.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So many television shows in Nigeria.
She has been doing well.
She's been doing it for a long time.
It's funny because most of the people that do the real work are behind the scene.
Mhm.
You don't get to hear about them. We just see the actresses and the actors.
She's
But they
of
are
blessed
living out the
memory
scripts that
right now.
somebody actually worked on. Yeah,
She
that's
is
a
of
great
blessed
one.
memory.
Yeah, and
I can't wait for this remake.
yeah, no, it's gonna be.
It's going
I
to
think
be
it's gonna a
awesome.
blockbuster.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
Osas. Many people will be watching out for it because of Osas.
It's going to be great. I'm sure of that one. Anyways, we're talking about throwback, and we'll just be reliving memories of a few number of debut Nigerian rap albums and the years and the artists. So quickly, first up, Pirated Copy. An album done by Too Short. It was released in 2004.
Very delicious. Too Short.
Yes, a shout out.
If y'all can remember Too
Shout
Short,
out to Too
okay,
Short.
you just look at your screen.
Yeah,
you see Too Short on that.
Yeah, roll it in, y'all.
The brothers got beards and
I know,
bowed like me.
they're rapping now. They're rapping.
Too Short.
Why is he always rapping?
No,
this is Too Short was part of the Tribesmen crew way back that has the likes of Shasha P, Dr. Sid, and then also not forgetting Freestyle.
Yeah.
Like the list was long.
Okay, just pause here out right there. If you're an Indomie generation, don't bother cracking your brain. Just let Yao do his job. Don't just let Yao.
Just listen to him.
If you're
Are you guys calling me dinosaur?
No, you're not. You're not actually. You're not actually. But some people are. Some people are really Indomie up like this. Okay.
Indomie generation.
What do you mean now?
I mean, okay. Or should I say noodles generation? Rather.
Wow.
Okay, now we got this one, Malcolm X.
Yeah. Okay. Album.
Yes.
Yeah.
By
So by who?
Oluwasegun Babatunde. That's what I love to call him.
Give
one of my
us
friends.
a name that we know.
Mode 9.
Aha.
Malcolm X.
That's what I'm talking about.
The album Malcolm X came out the year 2004.
Wow.
Ah.
Where were you in 2004?
2004. Where was I? Well, I think
You're
I just
looking for
finished.
trouble somewhere.
Yeah, I
Are
was
you
actually
sure?
looking. Well, I think I was doing some 2004. Yeah, I just finished secondary school then.
Wow.
Okay, moving on.
Nice.
Moving on.
Maybe. That's something.
I just finished my history 2004. It's okay. See,
all
I'm
right.
not that old.
All
I'm
right,
still
MJ,
young.
what you got for us?
Am I?
Okay, so
Talk
album.
about it. The album
Mr.
was
Incredible.
Talk
Mr.
about
Incredible.
it in 2008.
Yeah. And then we also had in 2014 Phino with No Guts, No Glory. Remember when that album was really
No Guts, No Glory.
No guts, no glory.
Yeah, and then also
Well, the brother that a lot of people do say I look like. Talking about Ice Prince.
Ice Prince.
Yeah, Ice Prince Zamani.
Yeah.
2011. He drops Everybody Loves Ice Prince.
Oh,
I believe
wow.
y'all remember.
Everybody actually did.
The way I love Ice Prince. Okay.
Yeah, you need to see the way I was looking at you just now.
No, he didn't.
Susan, avoid me.
Hey,
Wonderful. You see, God always fights for me, one way or the other.
Africans. What have I done to you?
well, I meant MJ.
No, it's not. You didn't
All
mean
right,
Michael Jackson.
MJ, give us something before y'all tries to crucify you.
Okay, and the album, You Know My P, from Neto C, 2000 in the year 2009.
Neto C.
Nato C.
The only rapper with the MSC.
He disappeared. I mean, he was something. I mean, he just disappeared.
Kenny Big Deal.
Kenny Big Deal. Kenny Big Deal.
We on fire.
Hey,
And then we also have my album Come by Rogadi Baba. 2004.
We have this
Yes.
one from Freestyle. His album name was Free at Last in the year 2007.
Yeah,
So,
I think
well,
Freestyle. Yeah, like I did mention Freestyle being part of the Tribesmen. I don't know if you remember this song. Whether you like 'em,
Whether you no like 'em,
the
we
thing
be
we
say,
say,
he
you
go
go
see
see
the
the
shake body.
Hey. I told you that we were coming out with our EP.
Our EP is coming out soon. Watch out.
Then lastly, we have a African American album by Soul's Kid, and that one was done in the year 2010. So
Soul's Kid.
shout out.
Sinzu.
Woo.
Shout out to all rappers. Just a quick rundown. We said Too Short, Soul's Kid, Ice Prince,
Emma.
yes, Emma,
Nato C.
Babatunde.
Gino,
Yeah,
Mode
Gino.
9.
yeah. Mode 9, yeah.
You guys are beginning to sound like rappers now.
No, the thing is, okay, drop us a rap line.
My name is Mercy. I come from Cape Town. I come. Boom.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That's the tip of the iceberg.
That's the tip of the iceberg.
You should know that what's coming is bigger.
Word of advice.
Yes. Disclaimer. But anyways,
I'll send you guys the
okay,
memo.
all right. So we please just go to our comment section on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. Drop your comments. Let us know what you think about these people. Now we mentioned some albums, and most of you must have vibed to such albums, the songs and such albums those years that we mentioned when they were dropped. So drop your favorite track. Of the album, drop your favorite of all those people that we have mentioned. We would like to see your comments. We'd like to hear from you. What do you think? We want to interact. We want to know what's going on in your mind. We just mentioned some, and you can even drop the names of other artists, Nigerian rap artists that dropped their albums back in the days that we did not mention here. Now, if I was to be asked, what kind of child was Yao when he was growing up, I would say Yao looked for trouble. I don't know why.
Yao was a very
That was
sweet boy.
definitely-
MJ, what do you think?
Yao was
very
definitely
sweet
a
boy.
very troublemaker.
Wow. Yes, very sweet
You
boy.
know,
From the mouth of
you
two
watch
people.
you watched that movie Home Alone, yeah? That was Yao.
Now, this is
That was Yao.
Do you know that?
How
I
come?
did. Oh my god. Okay.
Were you guys at any time?
Okay, that's also a throwback. Home Alone, man. Thank you for bringing that up.
Two fingers in the air.
That movie is timeless.
I can watch that movie over and over and over again because I can relate.
Oh my god. Yao. Sorry, you're gonna say
Okay.
something, but you know how ladies.
The way you guys are beginning to sound, like I'm beginning to get this chills all over my body. Now this is not. This is it. Were you guys at any time?
You're making you blush. You're having chills.
Black men don't blush.
Okay.
Your cheeks are becoming red.
Okay. All right, yeah. What's
At
up?
any time, were you guys my nanny or something? I don't know, because you guys keep telling me that I was a very sweet child growing up.
Really?
Yeah.
One sweet moment.
Wow.
Then you now tell us one trouble moment.
One
So
sweet
one sweet
moment.
moment, yeah. Something you did that was really sweet as a child.
Everybody loves me, and I was very popular.
Who is everybody? Where is that?
Lagos.
The child?
Yeah.
Susan, why you like this? Is it where exactly?
Yeah, in Lagos, Victoria Island to be precise. Louis
Yeah.
Solomon Close, number 9.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah,
Mado.
That's a lot of information,
Everybody
But
loves me.
Are you telling me till now? Is it loved, present continuous, or
Yeah.
loved?
Loved.
He said loved.
I didn't say loved.
He said loved.
I said loved.
Loved.
Everybody
Loved.
loves me.
Okay, yeah, so are you saying like if I go to that place right now and I ask about you, everybody knows you because you said you called the entire
Yes,
and
everybody.
VI.
The whole
VI.
crescent.
VI.
The whole crescent.
VI.
And the whole VI.
Ah,
Let me call somebody.
please do. But
Okay, tell us
now,
one funny or interesting thing you did as a
I
child.
remember.
Okay, sorry, yeah, let me just pause you there. Just hold it. I know you remember, so you cannot forget. So please go to our comment section. Go to remembrance and forgetfulness. They are enemies. So go to our comment section. Please drop relive your childhood memories. Tell us what you did as a child that was funny, interesting, or even naughty. Children can be very, very naughty at times. So tell us what you did, either sweet or bitter, that cost you, led you into trouble. Or maybe it got you beaten up. Something like that. Yeah. What
Press
were you
play.
saying? Press play. Doom.
Okay. Now, I remember November 1996. So this was what happened.
1996.
We were busy training knockout because back then in Lagos, the knockout sale starts from somewhere September. So
Really?
yeah. So what we did was we started training knockout and everything. So there was this guy from the other street. This guy's from the other street called Elias Close. While I was in Louis Solomon Close. So what we did was we bought knockout and then we put them inside bottles and then we threw in. So there's this gentleman passing by. So immediately I threw mine. The knockout exploded and then the bottle just went through his neck.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
cut the neck.
You must have gotten beaten.
Well, my dad left me alone, but my mom really wanted to. In as much as my mom,
What are
is,
you expecting?
Now,
African fathers.
my mom really wanted to give me the beating of my life. So what happened was my dad has this friend in Barbage Police Station,
Okay.
the DP of Barbage Police Station
Okay.
then. So Mr. Lawrence. So what my dad did was. He just carried me straight to Barbage Police Station. He said, my friend,
Is it me?
take. He said, just keep in
Yeah,
here.
sorry, please fast forward. Did you sleep in?
No, I didn't sleep there.
Okay.
I was just at the counter.
I couldn't wait.
I was just at the counter. So this was what happened.
Okay.
Every morning when I go to school, because I schooled in Kuramo, and what they do is they'll just bring the police 504. They'll just take me straight to Babbage police station. I will sit down there from 1 down to 6 p.m. I'll go back home.
What's the punishment?
I'm sure that you
well deserved.
I'm sure that you built a lot of hips with sand and you drew a lot of rubbish on the wall because you would have been so idle.
Thank God you did.
Those cellmates people there, they'll just come with 5 naira, buy me pure water.
Okay, so you now became errand boy.
Hey, buy me granite.
Okay.
Buy me. I did that for complete.
How many days?
2 weeks.
Did you repent? That's the major thing. You didn't repent after that.
Did I?
MJ,
we obviously know he didn't repent from that.
1 minute. Tell us what happened. Something interesting.
Something interesting. I don't know, but they gisted me about it. my dad gisted me about it.
Everything.
I'm serious. I was just
so.
very cool, reserved kid growing up. No lots of talking.
Similar kind of.
She's saying I was very calm and cool, but my dad said something.
Okay.
So he said my sister and I, when we were growing up, when we were little. So there was this particular day that he and mommy went out.
Yeah.
So they went out for their normal, now still young couples chilling and all that, and then we were left at home. Now, this date.
Yeah.
That sweet date.
The
Bino. Yeah, the one that's already soft and all that in the pack. So he bought it and he put it in the fridge. Now, as little as we were, he told us that before he left, he told us that it's cockroaches that's inside there. Don't go and touch it though, because it's sweet. So imagine a child taking one. A child taking one and the child discover is sweet. You keep going back. So he told us that if there are cockroaches, or don't go there, don't take them and all. So my dad said, get it back. They opened the fridge and they saw that it had already gone more than half down.
And you guys lied.
My dad said he was confused. He came to meet us and asked us that, why did you people ate the cockroaches with that? We replied to him, Daddy, the cockroaches were sweet. I will never forget that thing. I keep laughing. I don't remember, but
I'm sorry, but my next question is, did you punch?
I don't remember anything. I don't know.
Susan, you as a child, what do you? No, I think you as a child.
See,
what is that memory?
Cockroaches. Very innocent about kids. Now
I'm telling you,
it was cockroach. Okay, they went there. They said,
no, wait. I forgot to add this one. We said, Daddy, I take one. It's sweet. I went to take another one. It's sweet. I kept taking one sweet.
Because children.
Susan.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
I'm curious to find out.
Okay,
your childhood memory. The craziest thing you did
I was a very humble child, if I must say.
Okay.
She's not even sure about it.
I was a very humble child, and I stayed indoors mostly. But there was this incident. Something happened. It was then I went to church, and then we had this fasting program, and they said children should fast.
I went to eat.
People say I am, but I was like rubber when I was like, so, and then somehow, what happened? Okay, my mom was supposed to take my younger brother to church that day, and something happened. I think, first of all, okay, I didn't eat, and it was a very short one. It was like just 10. I think morning till 10 or morning till 12. Now small children fasting. They took me to church. First of all, when they were carrying me to church, I was half. I don't want to say dead, but I didn't.
I'm gone. What's the difference?
When I got into the premises, I saw small kids. They're like, "Oh, children are fasting today. Gather the children around. Let's do it Sunday school." I saw other children looking healthy, smiling. I went to my friend, my little friend, said, "Priscilla, are you not hungry?" She said, "No, I'm okay." And I said, "Am I sick? What am I feeling?" Do you know I fainted?
Wow.
You had to go and buy Fanta to revive me.
Wow. Wonderful.
You look like that child.
Wonderful. But that sounded like what a Yah would do. Not a Yah would beat me today.
I didn't know seriously. I was revived by Fanta.
Wow.
It was just till 10 a.m.
This is it. I just can't wait for next week Thursday to find out more secrets about you guys.
Okay, all right.
Now I just got to find out that I wasn't just the naughty one.
Okay.
I'm
sure. Please, want to read your comments,
cockroach.
Please, because we have the cockroach story. A small child that fainted. A small child that spent days in the cell and was on.
No, not inside though. At the counter, I didn't go.
What's the difference?
Around inside, within.
Around inside, within, outside,
no,
near, close by.
Anyway,
you were sure there.
Please, everybody, smile. Give them a smile.
Oh.
Yeah, how did you used to smile when you were a child in the picture? You know that fake smile.
Honestly speaking, most
you would think that your face has to squeeze.
I have been trying to look for the smile I had when I was growing up. Smile. I was either boning my face or crying. Honestly, I'll show you. I was either crying or just burning my face.
I just can't remember.
No, Yao looks like he'd be like this in all his pictures.
No, funny
No,
enough.
that face exactly.
Funny
That's
enough,
how
all
I
the
was in
pictures-
my pictures.
All
I
the
used to force
pictures,
myself to smile.
all my throwback pictures when I was a kid. My mom said I got the prettiest smile so far.
Okay, yeah. Moving
Today's throwback
moving on from
Thursday.
Yao's pride, like pride.
Pride.
This
Wow.
has been the Morning Patriot Show on African Patriot Radio, and we've had a soul time, and we trust that you've had a soul time as well. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Susan Achin. You can come to the Sleek Susie, and tomorrow we'll be back same time for another beautiful. And tomorrow we'll be dancing. Thank God it's Friday.
And we go party to the dude.
Well,
what's up?
You guys are taking this EP thing too serious.
No. We want them to anticipate the EP.
Yeah,
You
say
have
bye-bye.
to
Say
anticipate
bye-bye
it.
to Africans.
From the Godfather, from Yao, the Black Ghana boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're twinning with MJ. See them now. White people.
The Black Ghana boy saying stay safe, protect yourself, and be good citizens of Africa.
Okay.
My name is Messi Joe. Stay safe, stay fine, stay tuned.
What kind of fine voice is that one? Signing out. Bye.
Bye.
The voice is kind of like making me feel hungry.
Have a great day, guys.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Oh no, no dey for body, no dey for body, no. My sherry, love that one, baby, please. No send your mouth. I want you, baby, no for you. I go on for you, do. Baby, please, no one, no other. I want you, my finance, my family. Baby, no for you. I go on for you, do. Just take me as I am. I did there for you anytime I am. I 100% love you when I say, baby. I want no the plan, baby, no the purpose. You know, say, man, the purpose. Just take me as I am, yeah. I did there for you anytime I am, baby. I 100% love you when I say, baby. I want no the plan, baby, no the purpose. You know, say, man, the purpose. No, baby, you remember how we first met? Nobody told that before. Your love is what we're waiting for. Your love is to keep us. You been there, say your love not true. So I give my heart for you. Yeah, yeah. Baby, please, no one, no other. I want you, my finance, my baby. Baby, don't fall for you. I go on for you. Just take me as I am. I did there for you anytime I am. I 100% love you when I say, baby. I want no the plan, baby, no the purpose. You know, say, man, the purpose. Just take me as I am, yeah. I did there for you anytime I am, baby. I 100% love you when I say, baby. I want no the plan, baby, no the purpose. You know, say, man, the purpose. Yeah, no get up, no get up, no get up, no get up. Look it up, look it up, look it up, look it up. Makai Mix.
Lexus Media.
From the start, them they tell me, say definitely I go blow. Every time then they hear my sound, then they come ask me for more. Now the love I receive all true, they bring me tears of joy. Baba God, I beg you, oh, say you make my heart so pure. Oh, I change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Let your blessings come my way, change my story. Now my prayer every day, make you change my story. Oh, I make you change my story. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, oh. Asikoni bobo nko. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, oh.
Man, I've been doing this shit for a long time. Been not so easy, sure you know that. Sharp money, my love will bell. God's got you to reach there. Money on my mind, every minute. All of my life I've been working on it. Mama used to tell me I could make it. Oh Lord, I keep praying for your blessings. Only watching my story today. From nothing up to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah. For your blessings. Only watching my story today. And my prayer every day. From nothing to something. I did pray for your blessings, yeah.
Asikoni Bobo Nko. Every day we walk and pray, oh darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, Asikoni Bobo Nko. Every day we walk and pray, oh darling. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa, Oluwa change my story today. Right now I dey hear my sound. Oluwa change my story today. From nothing to something. Asikoni Bobo Nko. Every day we walk and pray, no darling. Them ask me when I go shine. Oh, Oluwa, Asikoni Bobo Nko. Every day and night, yeah. Them ask me when I go blow. Oh, Oluwa.
Baby, let me take you there. No time to check time, love you, baby, fair and square. I'll be here beside you, baby, sure you know I care. Don't doubt my love for you now. Come closer, girl, don't back down. So far it's you I fancy. See, no, they come too far from the roadside bar, cause not there they see you. See, I say bad sharp guy, not the shy type. See a girl, I dey feel you. Connect with me now, baby, let's go crazy. Cause I know, say you go be my number one. Baby girl, I tell you. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shot the one showstopper, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shot the one showstopper, yeah. Everybody, they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call me the Confirmer. See my guy for the hood, they tell me Ogbeni, I say you be Confirmer. Yeah, see I say you be, yeah. Baby girl, take your time. Say the one thing with me, girl, me I know they ask 2 times. But that doesn't mean that I don't want you to be mine. No playing games now, baby. This time around you stay here. Don't slow it down, my baby. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shot the one showstopper, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shot the one showstopper, yeah. Everybody, they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call me the Confirmer. See my guy for the hoodie, they tell me Ogbeni, I say you be Confirmer. See I say you be, yeah. Everybody they call me the Confirmer. As them see your face from afar, them they call me the Confirmer. Yeah, as you find like that, my mama go they call me the Confirmer. See my guy for the hoodie, they tell me Ogbeni, I say you be Confirmer. See I say you be, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shot the one showstopper, yeah. Biggie, heavy. Baby, turn up, go down, don't stop, go steady. International, one chief rocker. Baby, go down, go shot the one showstopper, yeah.
Oh na na na, Cyrus on the beat. Oh Oh na 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 na.
Fuego.
Don't you ever leave me for the paper. She said my success is the payback. You be the sauce, you be the flavor. I no go ever use your flavor. If you give me love, I no go run away. And every other day go be like holiday. Maybe scatter body or your wide ways. The way you hypnotize be like I the crazy. You know say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up for my hood. You know say body no be firewood. Come make I show you up, yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for the groove, yeah. You be my rhythm and blues. I fit to make you my muse. Linda AKG for the news. Ovia baby for the groove, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's another lovely moment for us to be together on the program, The Patriot. This is to officially welcome you on the show of this amazing Thursday afternoon, the 14th day in the month of May 2020. My name is Elvis Oga, and I have
Josephine Paul is right here in the studio, and I'm excited. 14th day of May. How time flies! Like the day is just running every single.
I know
month.
I know you're just thinking you just celebrated your birthday a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
and here we are talking.
And it's almost 1 week right now.
Yeah, after then.
Yes.
Okay, studio time check is exactly 11 minutes gone past the hour of 12 o'clock. That's Nigerian time, and we are here to talk about dignity in service to one's nation on the program The Patriot this afternoon.
Yes, talking about dignity
in service.
Yes, a lot of times people tend to use this word dignity, like always stand out, to have dignity, have dignity in yourself, have dignity in your country, and what you do and all that. And then it's actually someone can actually someone's name, like someone can actually bear the name dignity as well too, if at all they know the meaning of what dignity is about.
But the problem with bearing dignity for for a name is is when you don't grow up with the right training and the right modeling, and then you tend to act contrary to
your name.
Dignity.
True.
So what do you understand by dignity, Jojo?
Okay, so basically after all of the illustration I've just given right now, dignity, people tend to use the words. Dignity rightly is the right of a person to be valued,
to be respected,
to
be honored.
And honored, for their own sake, and to be treated ethically.
Wow.
Do you understand? Yeah, so it's just basically the right of a person to be valued and to be respected.
Wow.
Yeah.
In other way, we could actually look at dignity as the expression of national pride, like believing self-worth, believing in yourself, believing in what you do, and then dignity and integrity seems to go hand in hand.
Yes,
because if you take a look at the types of dignity, you have dignity by merit, dignity by status, dignity by identity, and other types of dignity you have. And then why it is very important and pertinent for us to talk about dignity on the program Patriot is that we all contribute in one way or the other to the growth of our nation. Our nation is a product of our actions and inactions.
Yeah.
So no matter where you find yourself or what you find yourself doing, once you have that dignity, it will help us achieve that common goal of everybody faster
true,
and quicker.
True. The essence of this program basically is to not just you saying you are a patriot and having love for your country. We talk about having responsibility. We talk about the roles in which you as a citizen of a nation or of a country has
the
to
duties
do.
You owe the country,
exactly.
And then the
so you see
responsibilities.
every single topic is intertwined, like it's interwoven, because every single day you get to learn and understand new things that you can contribute to your society, and you can add to your country or to a nation that you are. Speaking about dignity, when you understand the self-worth, the pride, the self-worth and the value which you have, you can actually contribute, to the betterment of your community or your nation or the society at large.
Okay, let's take a step deeper into how we can relate dignity to nation building. Like, okay, we just talked about dignity on a general term. We have to look at dignity in service or public service, and then look at dignity in labor. Like we were looking at, okay, if you see types of labor, skilled and unskilled, productive and unproductive, mental and physical labor, or all of that. And then if you look at dignity in labor, it's a situation where we tend to look at all types of labor as being equal without prejudice or without bias, so that you don't look at any job or any labor as inferior or as with less value. Because the other day we were talking about the place of workforce in nation building, still on this program, and we talked about if you as a medical doctor and you undermine the function of a vulcanizer, who get to fix or mend your tire?
Who gets to do that
when you have a flat tire?
True. Because that's the part where everyone has responsibilities. That is a part of the vulcanizer to be able to fix your tire or your car when it actually has a problem or maintenance issues. So everyone has a stand, like different.
And we like to expatiate on that to buttress at the point, because like we said, whether we like it or not, if we tend to look at some jobs as inferior, our day-to-day needs might never be met. Because you have people, the petty traders in the market, who sell vegetables for you because you cannot store vegetables for long in their fresh state, except if they are processed.
So basically, no duty or no work is insignificant. Everyone is actually essential and needed in different areas.
Okay, now in order to institute proper dignity in a public service, it has to do with, like we talked about, self-worth. Because when you have self-worth, you do the right things, and then people will not accord you the honor that you need. That brings about the dignity. And if you happen to find yourself in public places, the motivation, the motive, or the intentions you take into that office goes a long way in speaking big, or speaking about, or telling a story about the dignity or how dignified you are as a person.
Why? Because of your integrity, because of your respect, your value already, that probably you have contributed to maybe the place you enter or the place you are found or the environment you found yourself in. I feel like dignity is very key to every single individual, to every single person. By the time you understand,
if we have dignity, in place, we won't be complaining of so many things that are going wrong.
And talking about the program we had, I think just last week, thereabouts, where we talked about the president, the 13th president. That was the person of
late Umar Musa Yar'Adua.
Exactly. So now every single person has each or her own duties or value that has been laid out or that has been added to a community or a nation. And that is why when we can, some people are just some duties or some personalities are insignificant. Like we get to talk about them. Why? Because of the duties or their dignity they carry themselves, the way they carry themselves, or their value that which they added. So I feel like it is very important for everyone to have a self-dignity, human or otherwise.
Okay, like we're talking about things that could help support dignity to another level, and we're talking about the intentions or you have before involving in a service or a trade could actually go a long way to tell a story about how dignified you are as a person. It's quite understandable that there's a need for us to have ends meet. So in one way or the other, that places a demand on us to find something doing so that we can meet ends meet. But we should not put the reward we get for labor at first. But let's look at the lives we can impact by doing what we do. That way we can see that, okay, our dignity will come up very loud and will come to play. That is where you have integrity as well. Take, for instance, you are a teacher and then all why you are teaching is not to impart lives or not to transmit knowledge, but because you want to get paid. You know, the person
Very
that
wrong
the person that goes into teaching because he wants to impart life or transmit knowledge will do the job better than you. Like the way people handle the job will never be the same.
Yes, true. So that illustration is quite very, very pertinent and very simple and relatable. Do you understand? Because everyone needs to understand the things to do and why they do it. Yes, the reason why they do things. If you're doing this, if you're doing things just because you want to do it or just for passive, recognition, not just personal, not doing it because you want to do it with your whole heart and because you want to add value to that thing, to add value to the people you're actually impacting it to or to yourself personally, it will go a long way. So that illustration is quite very simple and relatable.
Okay, we tend to look at it from the school or educational angle, educational background, because schools have actually been those quintessential instrument of the government to see that some of the cultures and the ideology that a country is built is being passed from one generation to another. Like we were talking about this program being more like our civic education and government because it's tilted towards impacting on people what they need to do for their country, the duties they owe their country, the rights they enjoy as the citizen, and the responsibility that's being placed on them as a citizen. So let's bring it more personal. Have you find yourself in some situation where you need to do things just for the good of the community where you find yourself?
Yes, that question is actually very, very significant. Okay. Yes, because everybody personally is even a food for thought. Have you ever thought, like, personally taking it upon you to be able to contribute to someone's life or to the growth of somebody, adding value to the person's life? Yes, I remember last year precisely. December. Yes, December is a time of love, time of sharing, and all that. So I just thought to myself, I and some group of people. Do you understand? We actually had to go for an outreach to people around and within us. We took a distance mile just to go far to reach out to people that did not have. I'm talking about less privileged. I'm talking about motherless, fatherless people around like that. Yeah. Now, this if you look at this kind of set of people, you know that these ones they do not have. Do you understand? Because not just you doing this within people. Okay, there's this word they used to say that if you do things for somebody to get a thank you or to get something back from the person, that means you don't really understand the value or what you're doing and putting in place for somebody, because a lot of times people just do things for people around them, maybe people of the what's the word now,
that's more like playing to the gallery. You just want to do so that people know that you are doing, so that people know that you are doing.
People will know you're doing, or people can just do it for you. For instance, now reaching out to the rich themselves. Do you understand?
Because you're expecting bigger in return.
Exactly, something bigger in return. So you can imagine. But these are people that did not have, people that needed something. Because as a matter of fact, when we're able to reach out to them, we're able to share things to them, foodstuffs, items, clothes, and all that. They were so happy and excited. So at least that's one thing I can remember I did, to reach out to people and to add value, which I know cannot be forgotten. And them as well, they were happy with that kind of act. So
if you just join us, this is African Patriot Radio, and the program is The Patriot. We are looking at dignity in service to one's nation or to one's country, in as much as the topic for today is dignity, but the program is The Patriot. So a true patriot is someone who don't just look at his own self, but put the country first.
Put his country first.
Like I was saying, schools are actually quintessential instrument for the government to build a very healthy community, and then someone who is patriotic will fight for the respect or for the dignity of his country. So he or she will not do anything to jeopardize or to paint the country in a bad light. That is why if you are found in an office in providing the services, there are ethics guiding every job or every profession you pick up. So you just operate within the ethics or by the ethics of this job.
And as well as the goals and the objectives too, because every single organization, they tend to have the goals and objectives to run with.
Okay, so that is we've seen in one way or the other where the government and even well-spirited individuals try to promote dignity among individuals. Like in South Africa, we've seen people who actually lay down their lives to see that the country is being free. Like, okay, we are talking about our own freedom of as people. The country needs to be free as well. The country needs its own freedom, and then you don't do this. disrespecting other countries.
True.
That is blind patriotism.
Yeah.
So when you are trying to say that, okay, your country is free, you respect other people's country
too.
as well.
Yes.
That way, that's what makes you a good patriot. So like we're trying to look at the situation in South Africa. We had something like the public service day, which is being celebrated on the 23rd of June.
Okay.
And then it became extended to the entire Africa by the United Nations on the 23rd of June.
Yeah.
That way, we can actually look at how we can evaluate things that happen in the office, promote some of those ethics that we just talked about, guiding different different professional, different career path or profession that we choose at one time or the other. Okay, during our preamble, we made a reference, or we just made mention of types of dignity, where we talked about the dignity of merit, then dignity of moral structure, dignity of identity, and dignity of merit is the one people have seen in you over time, and then they accord you that respect.
Yeah, probably the work you put, like you've actually contributed to a particular place or a particular area or community or even a country, and that is this dignity of merit. Like you can actually talk about it. They can actually reference it to you, and give you that accord or respect whatsoever wherever you're found. Right.
Okay, and then we have dignity of moral structure, where people tend to accord respect by their conduct in the society, how well they have behaved in a society. Then when you talk about dignity of identity, this has to do with what you can identify this person with.
Yes.
But this can actually be lost with time, especially when you tend to have violated the identity or stray away from the person you used to be at a particular time.
Yeah, true.
Okay, let's still talk about advantages of dignity as we proceed on the show. There are several advantages of dignity that we've seen, whether in public service or in labor.
Yeah, but let me just say something quickly. The thing about dignity and the reason is that it's a transformational, concept.
True.
And dignity actually is knows like no social or economic or gender or ethical barriers. You understand? That's how that's a transformational concept about dignity. It has no barrier. Like everything is all equal. Like it doesn't take the side of maybe just the rich people or the poor people or one particular ethnical belief and all that. True. I think it's transformational and it deals and cuts across different areas and reasons.
Okay, that point of yours actually remind me of how we can talk about dignity in labor. We just talked about dignity in public service.
Yeah.
So let's talk about dignity in labor, where we were actually looking at what could bring out the dignity in people could largely be traced to the intention why you get into that. I was having a chat with somebody this morning and she was talking about, okay, if you really want to excel in your field, just choose what you love doing. That way nobody will force you to do
what you want to do.
Nobody will force you to perform your duty, because it is what you love to do and you chose
True.
it. And then there are some ventures where you find people, you understand with them that basically, primarily, these people are not here because of the gains of this venture, because you cannot even see the much gain. You just know that these people are out here to better humanity, to serve the nation, to just help orchestrate the growth of the nation. Take, for instance, someone, I actually had an encounter with a trader, and he sells basically so many merchandise, but there's this particular one he was talking about. This particular item I'm selling, when you try to bargain, he will tell you, I don't make much from this, but I'm selling this because if I don't sell this, it will come to a point that nobody will get a supply of this thing from this place.
Whoa.
So he took it upon himself
to do it,
to
because
make sure
what
that
he
this
likes.
is, this is available at so place.
Yeah.
Like we've seen people do a maniac job. If you look at it generally, there's not much attached to it, like the physical gains or the monetary gains, but these people are doing this because they want to, they really want to serve the nation and make sure that place is not left void and the vacuum is not created in that particular field or endeavor.
True. I get your illustration though, like your analysis is actually quite pertinent, because if everyone actually has that understanding of you trying to do something that you're comfortable, you are, yes, and probably to just add value to someone's life, it's actually a good idea. But take it upon you to do something you're comfortable with, something that you don't have to be, all worried or all disturbed to do, something that someone can actually tap you in the morning or in the middle of the sleep to do, and you're doing it perfectly well. Like, take for instance, I took it upon you to be someone that loves to give. Do you understand? That loves to help people. Yes. It would not be a problem to you if a need is supposed to be met, and then you're just waking up to saying that, and then you're doing it willingly because it's actually what you love to do, and as well you're willing to. The dignity actually comes in place there. You know the value of what you're doing, and you are doing it like irrespective or regardless of whatever the situation is.
And dignity is that innate desire that will spur you into doing things ordinarily every other person would love to ignore. Take for instance, you see little things like even picking a phone to put a call across to appropriate authority or personality just to report a case that it will not end up well if you don't do that. Take for instance, you see an electric pole about to fall in your place, and you know that if that falls, the damage it will cause, it could lead to loss of lives, because maybe you don't know who is passing by, and if there's power supply, someone could be electrocuted. So if you put a call across to the appropriate authorities and they come to fix it, you've saved so many lives, and you've helped a nation grow to an extent.
True.
And then if you are the receiving end, you are supposed to do this task that is being required of. Dignity is that thing that will make you stand up
to do what you want to do. I feel like this illustration is it's interesting. Like, amazingly, these are things that everyone has to understand. The faster we get to understand this, like the knowledge about dignity, about oneself, about every single person being patriotic enough to know the things they ought to do and the responsibilities they ought to take. When we talk about country, when we talk about nation, a lot of people will say that's too big. But how about you start with your community? Look at your own little way. The illustration you just made is apt, is accurate, because if you want to look at your community, there are a lot of things that people actually put that needs to be reserved, that needs to be, that needs to be done. Exactly. Now, look at the whole situation we are in right now, the pandemic situation. I see a lot of people personally taking it upon them to be able to provide, to give a little palliative to people around them. People are being able to, give out to. Those are value that you are actually adding to their lives. And trust me, that is where dignity of merit and dignity of identity comes in place, because you will be remembered and you'll be identified.
Okay, it's quite interesting that it's going this way at this point in time where we're discussing dignity on the program. Patriotism, is not shying away. Maybe because you feel you love your country, and then things are not going well, you just tend to keep quiet. That's not patriotism. Patriotism is that thing that will make you stand up to do the things that needed to be done.
Be outgrown,
things that are needed to be done when no one is doing them. We've read, history has actually reminded us or taught us how people wrote the national anthem, how people designed the national flag, how people designed the coat of arms. These are people who saw the need for those things to be done. They did not wait for the government. They took it upon themselves, and even though some of those processes need to follow the right channel, but at least they initiated a move.
Exactly.
We've seen from other parts of the world where people feel a need for something to be done. They started, but they never ended. And because of the importance and the significance of such projects, they were not abandoned. People followed them up until they are done. And trust me, while we talk about patriotism, we keep talking about posterity. We always remember you. Okay, we go for a short time. When we return, we take a look at advantages of dignity and how to promote dignity. It's still African Patriot Radio, and the program is The Patriots.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Welcome back. This is still the Patriot on African Patriot Radio, and we are talking dignity in service to one's nation or country.
Yeah.
You can be part of the program by dropping your comment or your contribution on our Facebook fan page, because we are streaming live on Facebook at the moment. The address is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Don't forget to subscribe to our page and then turn on your notifications so that you get notified whenever we come in on air. My name hasn't changed. It's still Elvis Oga, your one and only radio best friend, and I have
Josephine Paul. My name hasn't changed too. Well, come to think of, how do your name even change? Like, I mean, as a patriotic Elvis that you are, how can your name be changed?
You wouldn't know. There was this time I was going with the Monica, microphone's best friend, till it changed to radio best friend.
Whoa. Are you sure you're not going to have a name for the patriotic, for the patriotic sake, some, just I think so, because from the radio god to the what?
I might just call myself. Let's leave that for now. Okay, like we promised before we went for that short time out, and when we get back, we'll be taking a look at advantages of dignity. Like we were talking about, every endeavor, every profession having ethics guiding them. So once there's dignity in place, it will help strengthen those ethics or measures being put in place for us to work within this ethics, so that it will enhance productivity of any individual.
So basically, it's just for the productivity of every individual. Like I was saying that, I'll just have to share this view right now, because I've seen a lot of people come in place talking about dignity and looking at dignity in the dignity for the rich and for the poor, which I was trying to make an illustration. I was telling you that it's not just for the poor, or it's not for the rich. It's not ethical or it's not economical, but it's supposed to be something that everyone do, or everyone puts in place, everyone all around. Because if you look at it, I've seen a lot of people, a lot of poverty, and I've seen much happiness in poor communities. How? Because actually, if they understand the concept of dignity, they understand the respect and the value themselves too, and them as the rich on the other side that have the giving end, and they have so much, they tend to ignore this. They tend to bring up this there's no tendencies for dignity, and that actually is very sad. Because if you actually have the understanding of dignity in yourself, and not looking at your status, not looking at you being on the rich side, but you are being able to contribute effectively in the little way you can, it would actually go a long way.
I think that illustration reminds me of the saying that good name is better than riches. I recall when we were talking about qualities of a leader, when we discussing leadership on the program,
I do remember.
we made mention of qualities like prudence, tactfulness, being truthful, and then dignity is actually not seen in full reflection from this part of the world, because we are not being truthful. I'll give a little illustration to drive home that point. When a poor man is trying all his best to keep his name afloat, because he might not have all the money or the riches, because his good name is the only thing he has got.
Yeah.
But at the other hand,
good name. Good name.
At the other hand, we see someone who is influential, who is rich, who is wealthy, but he might not do some things right. Maybe he may say one thing and do another thing, putting his dignity and integrity in question.
Yeah.
But what do the society say about those people?
You,
they still celebrate them. They still celebrate them. That is not dignity on our side, because on the side of the society, because the society is not being truthful there. If regardless of the person's class or status. If the person fought, the society should be dignified enough to tell the person this is not right, instead of just worshiping these people. Then, like we made mention, we when we have dignity in place, it will regulate probity by making these people in public service accountable to the general populace as a whole. So it promotes probity in the system that is for the public service.
Because actually, basically, because if there's disunity, I mean, there's no dignity in the society, like it would not, it would not bring about good attitude. It will not bring about good, influence to any to the working sector or to people around the society or something. So it actually matters. Like every single part of dignity, like every single part of value you actually add to someone's life actually brings about good things and influence to someone's personal life too.
Dignity also strengthens our capacity, because when you have dignity, or if you are dignified, you don't need nobody to tell you this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. Okay, like we were talking about people going into a venturing into a career because of for several intentions. Okay, you've seen people who come to work, instead of them to do the work they are supposed to do, they are sleeping.
Let me quote something from a man that said there's this quote that someone used to say that if the work you're doing, if you wake up on a Monday morning and you feel so tired to go to work, probably because of the work you're doing, then that means you're not supposed to do what you're not supposed to be at that place. Like, do you get the concept?
Yes,
like, you wake up on a Monday, which is the beginning of the week, and then you're just feeling worried or just thinking of that work, I'm tired. Please check that work. It better you change it, or you better stop doing it, because you're not doing it for yourself and the love for you which you have for it, or just doing it because you have to do it.
I had an encounter with a public servant, and he was talking about, we were going about, and every time he stops, people stop to greet him. Now he's a public figure to an extent. So he was just reaching out to people, and he now said something to me like, do you know one thing people say he don't like? They will tell you there's nothing in this place what we are, or like there's no much here. Then he will be telling people, if there's no much there, leave now. Why are you staying? So that I can never see him say that. He tell me that any day I see him saying that, I should just tell him to resign from the work, or just resign from the appointment, because you are saying there is nothing there. True, maybe if when you hear that statement from people, he now tell me, hold that person responsible. He's greedy. He's greedy.
True.
What else were you expecting when there are people who okay, then the minimum wage was still 18,000 naira, and then maybe you are going for one function, your allowance is big enough to cover that, and you are telling people there is nothing there. That's because you don't want to help. Okay.
I get the illustration, like it's clearly like there's nothing there to help and all
so
that.
like we were saying, if you have dignity, when you get to work, nobody will tell you this is what you need to do. On your own, you start doing what is needed, what you feel should be done, even though if it's not within your assignment or your jurisdiction. Like, we're not saying you are infringing on other things or doing things that you are not supposed to do, but doing things that are needed to be done, and when there's nobody to do them, like you see something falling off and you're just passing by, you could just pick it up and hang it properly, especially like all those bylaws, just for people to read.
Bylaws, basically, because if you see a place like they tell you post no bills, or they tell you not dump this, or keep your place, keep a budget,
or maybe the notice is falling, the notice is falling and you are passing by,
you can
just hang it, pick it and hang it, and so that for people to read. And then for people who are passing, once you read those things, please don't violate them, adhere strictly to those
them.
bylaws.
True.
Dignity also prevent corruption.
Yeah, because
that's one big issue we've been dealing with in the world.
True. And
for a while
not just only this part of the world. I feel like
generally
in the world, yes, because corruption actually is one very negative vice, or one very negative
trend in our society these days.
And a lot of times some leaders of some personal prominent people like have stood up to just see how they can fight against corruption and all that, and that's a good step towards it, because you're trying to make something out, trying to bring out the good part of your nation or your society, like trying to build up a good process that one can actually follow, just so you can curb away corruption and curb away wrongdoing, so that people would be able to do the right thing. So corruption is actually one thing that we have to stand up to be able to cop it out, and everyone has to put things together. How? Because when things are not being done properly, yes, you see it and you are able to identify it instead of joining maybe multitude or joining the crowd to do what is wrong. You decide not to do it. You decide to just avoid doing those kind of things. Do you understand?
Be the trailblazer, set the example, and set the path right for others to follow.
Yes, exactly.
Like we were talking about corruption being one of the ugly trend that we've had to deal with in the world for a while now, and you see, dignity is that thing we need to check corruption, because when we promote dignity, you wouldn't have to take what does not belong to you or what is not allocated to you. Okay, you are given funds to carry out a particular project, and then you go ahead to siphon these funds, and then this project is not done because you have no dignity, you lack integrity. You say one thing and you do another thing. So we need to promote a dignity. When you were giving that example or trying to paint that picture of doing the necessary things, or everybody bringing to bear, or all hands being on deck. I watched a very motivational commentary or documentary recently where a particular leader from a part of the world was asked how much or how come he has recorded the much success he recorded within a short time. Like a time where prior to his emergence or to ascension to that particular position, there were virtually very few gigantic buildings in his domain. So after 25 years or so, they were asking him, how come this is not happening? And he said he feel if these things could be elsewhere, it was not through magic, and if it's through magic, we can do the magic in this place. So he brought all of those things, particularly I think it has to do with United Arab Emirates, where he reached out to people who built Disneyland to build the one as big as that in his domain, and they said no. He went out of his way to make sure that a one that is bigger than that was even built in his domain.
What an act that I know even in that community or wherever that art was taking place will not be forgotten.
Oh yes, and then like we said, if we agree that there are ethics, rules and regulations guiding certain professions to enhance productivity, dignity help us to monitor and evaluate compliance to these ethics that are in place. Like if you as a political or as a public servant, you are not expected to do this, you are not expected to do that. It is that dignity that will help to check, monitor, evaluate if people actually comply with these rules and regulations put in place to guide.
I think it's also for the sake of respect too, because when you know that you know what is to be done and put in place, you don't want to violate that kind of order or that kind of objective that has been set, maybe probably organization or your office place. Like it is good that dignity will actually make you to be able to do what you ought to do perfectly well. Okay,
away from that, let's take a look at ways to promote dignity. Since we've seen the advantages, the importance of dignity, we'll now go straight to look at the ways we can promote dignity. One way you can promote dignity is just to give people the choice. Give them the choice of what they want to do. Don't force them to do what they don't want to do.
Talking about choice, it also refers to like freedom, right? Personally, to be able to do the things they ought to do, like decision, taking this upon them to be able to do what they ought to do. Like if you decide to one day stand up to be to say you want to probably fix the road in your community, like maybe they have a bad road or something. Or okay, let's talk about the illustration that you gave about a pole trying to fall, and then you decide to let me take this upon me to do it, and then you're not given the opportunity, or you're trying to hold down your choice, your compliance, your intentions, definitely your intentions to do it. It's very wrong. It would actually, make you not to do it. It will not be interested in doing what you want to do again, and which is very bad. So everyone has to have the choice to do what they want to do, and freedom. That's where you trying to pull up your rights as a citizen, that you are be able to do what you have to.
Okay, another illustration that could actually drive home that point or buttress that particular point is like we're talking about the choice. For you to be allowed to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Yes, people tend to not want to fail when it is their decision to go into a particular thing. But if you force them, they will be like, okay, even if I fail, I will say you asked me to do this.
Yeah, you asked me to do it.
Yeah, so they will not own up. They will fail to take that responsibility.
Yeah.
Another way we can promote dignity is by involving these people in decision making, especially when it has to do with dignity in labor. You are trying to make a law for people who are into a particular trade, and you are not involving them. That's more like imposing things on them, take away their choices as well. So it still falls back to the choice we talk about.
Choice, yes, true. Because everybody has to express themselves. Like everybody has the right to do what they want to do.
Because
right to freedom.
There's this particular adage that says it is who wear the shoes that know where it pain.
Where it's paining you.
Yeah. So if you allow these people be a part of decision making, it will help you model maybe the law you're trying to put in place where, like, allowing these people some relaxation and then tightening it where it needs to be tightened. So that you, at the end of the day, you don't have so many people violate this law, and then the objective or the goal of putting this law in place will be better achieved. Away from that, we can actually we can promote dignity by addressing people properly, addressing situations properly, addressing issues properly. Like we're talking about, okay, if people are found to be doing a particular trade, maybe because they want to contribute to the workforce of the nation, and then you come around, you don't address them like they matter. You don't address them like they mean. You tend to look at their own part of job as insignificant. Dignity, they will never even have that belief or that self-worth in themselves and what they do.
Towards what they want to do, true. Because I think there's a word that is this saying that every single person of human being tend to be motivated to do, tend to do things the more if they get motivated, like if they get encouraged. So if you're not pushing or encouraging what someone is doing, or if you're always talking ill or negative things about the person, you actually make the person to be very slow. Like the person would actually not want to do things you want to do again. There'll be no, there'll be no personal, will to do what you want to do. There'll be discouragement and all that. So if one tends to do something right, he or she ought to be, motivated and ought to be pushed positively to to do what he or she wants to do.
Okay, actually see some of our friends who just joined us, and I was trying to check them. I see Lizzie all the way from Benue who just joined us, and Stephen Cassie actually just joined us. So I'm saying hello to you guys, and you can actually drop your comment or your contribution to the program. Let's become more family together on the show this afternoon. We're still talking about ways to promote dignity in a different field of endeavor, whether dignity in labor or dignity in public service, and then handling hygiene sensitively. It's another way we can promote dignity. You have a job you are doing. You might not consider it a formal job, maybe an informal job, but your courage matters a lot. It goes a long way to how people address you. It depicts how well you take your job, and people will tend to take you serious on that job. We can actually promote dignity by free will donations or motivation by people. Recall it was becoming a trend that time, such a very good one, and we've not seen that return, where a man was supposed to be to be selling corn by the roadside, and he dresses like he was a banker, or he dressed like he was a banker, and one of these Nigerian public figure was passing, and so the way this man was dressed, and then he stopped to buy and invited him over, where they were talking about how they can gainfully employ him or how they can expand this business. That was the same time, close to the same time, where the popular bread seller, who actually turned out to be a model, photobomb T.Y. Bellows photograph, and she was given that opportunity. We also saw another way where a man who was selling suya actually dressed very corporate, and he received utmost attention, where people took him out to people actually gave free will donation to expand his business and all of that. So when the way you carry yourself, your courage matters a lot. That is from the side of the individual now. It will help promote dignity. Other people who want to attach dignity to their own kind of jobs or to the kind of profession they choose, or the kind of things they choose to do, whether formal or informal.
Self-confidence is very important. Like you wear that self-confidence in whatever you are doing and whatever you are actually engaged in. You understand? Because it will actually actually help you to be able to it will actually help in a positive way to your life too, and to whatever you're actually involved in, and placing value on whatever thing you're doing or whatever you're involved in. So it's quite very important.
Okay, then respect personal space and possession. It's another way we can promote dignity, especially maybe when someone tends to take away your privacy because maybe they feel you are doing a job they consider less important or insignificant. That way, these people will not see, they will see that, okay, they are not even accorded any respect, honor, so they even they don't get to see that self-worth in themselves. So respecting personal space and possessions is actually another way we can promote dignity.
Yes, because respect is actually what we're talking about right now, because dignity actually comes, respect actually comes with dignity too. So if everyone actually has respect for each other and what they actually add to the value, what the value they actually add to whatever they're doing or for the betterment of their community or everything, it would actually be very good. It will make people to be able to do what they ought to do perfectly well. Respect to individuals, both the rich, both the poor. Like no one is like insignificant. You understand that kind of
don't make nobody feel less.
Yes, when you understand that kind of, when you have that understanding of everyone feeling equal and everybody not being insignificant, it would actually help the build up the respect and with everyone around.
Like we said from the beginning, we cannot talk about our dignity and leave away integrity. So if you want to have what maintains your dignity is your integrity, by saying things you mean and then doing those things you say. You don't say one, you don't talk from both sides of your mouth. You don't say one thing and do another thing. That way you lose your integrity. Once you lose your integrity, you will not have dignity.
Yes,
true, because integrity is more like what you have shown people, and then dignity is what you get from people.
Yeah, true. Because there's this saying that say don't like, people usually say like don't do what I say, but do what don't say what I don't do what I say.
No, don't do what I do.
Don't do what I did. Yeah, say do what I say.
But they forget. They normally forget the aspect that actions speak louder than
that
words.
Word, exactly, because when your actions, when what you're saying doesn't go with your actions, it would actually depict very bad of you. Like say a lot of things about you. You understand, and it will even debase your reputation. True. So in as much as you're trying to add value to someone's life and do the things you actually have to do for your community and for your nation, that is action itself. You as well have to portray it to yourself. You as well have to do all you have to do to be able to be recognized both by your words and both by your actions too.
Okay, our time is fast spent already, and it's about that time we sign out of the program for the day. Josephine Paul, what are you signing out with?
Well, basically, dignity is what we have to hold on to. As a community and as a society, as citizens of every country, you have love for your country, don't you? Yes, everybody wants to have wants to make a name. Everybody wants to do one thing or the other to to make a name. But if whatever you are doing, doesn't have any value in the lives of people, doesn't have any value even within the growth of the country, then what is it about? You have to put everything in place to be able to add value positively in the little way you can to your community and to the nation and to your country at large, because that is what will make you outstanding, and that is where dignity with identity, right, actually comes in place too.
All right, we've seen the numerous advantages of dignity. Teaching and promoting dignity will go in a long way in driving home or achieving our common goal as a country. What makes you a patriot is not sitting down and maybe shying away from everything that is happening in the country, maybe because you feel you are not directly involved or it's not directly affecting you. But what makes you a patriot is your ability to fight for the freedom of the country, fight both enemy within and enemy from outside without violence as much as possible, as because we're not talking about war situation, but we're talking about how we could go about making things work and making things go fine in our country. My name is Elvis Ogan. That is the much we can take on today's edition of The Patriot. We'll be having another interesting edition of this program tomorrow, same time, same station. Until then, it's a bye-bye from me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Time check Africa. The time is 1 o'clock in West Africa, 2 o'clock in South and Central Africa, and 3 o'clock in East Africa. This is Information African News reaching you from African Patriot Radio. You can follow this broadcast by live streaming on www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio/videos. My name is Josephine Paul. President Muhammadu Buhari has appointed renowned diplomat and former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, as his new Chief of Staff. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, announced the appointment before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday. Disclosing this via its telephone interview, the ardent scholar said this office is solely for the service of its principal. Tunisia has reduced its nightly curfew hours for a second time. This 12-hour curfew was introduced a little under a month ago to combat coronavirus has been reduced to 6 hours. The country has not recorded any cases of these diseases for 3 days.
And in business, South Africa's National Treasury on Wednesday said it would table a new budget on June 24th to ratify plans for a 500 billion and stimulus package aimed at easing the economic impact of the coronavirus outbreak. A revised special framework will also be presented to account for substantial revenues losses emanating from the economic shock of pandemic and subsequent lockdown, it said in a statement. And on entertainment, Nigerian celebrity couple Banky W and Adizwa Etomi Wellington seem to be working on a new project together. Just recently, the lovebirds were spotted together at the studio of veteran music producer Kobom Asuko and appeared to be teaming up with the producer on a brand new collaboration. And in sports, Cameroon Football Association FECAFOOT has terminated its domestic championships over the novel coronavirus pandemic, effectively declaring PWD of Bamenda champions of Elite 1 League. FECAFOOT Tuesday announced that it was impossible to complete the 2019/2020 football season due to the COVID-19 virus, which had affected 2,689 people as at Wednesday. Lastly, for weather, Mogadishu, Somalia is partly cloudy with 30 degrees Celsius, while Khartoum, Sudan, and Bamako, Mali are mostly sunny with 40 and 30 degrees Celsius, respectively. And that was Information African News as produced by Information African team. Before we go, our African proverb for the day is a Congolese proverb that says, "A pretty face and fine clothes do not make a character." I am Josephine Paul. Do have a good afternoon.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Okay, so you agree with me natural hair is like the in thing right now?
Oh yes, you're spotting one, and you make me want to transition. So yes,
Okay,
I agree.
Stop it.
She's got very
I'm not-
beautiful hair.
Okay, you're making me blush. Don't do this.
And I mean to ask, are you Nigerian?
Oh, well, I'm actually still looking into that. You know, I had this same conversation with my parents a while back. Like, are we really Nigerians? Like, fully?
Yeah, I think you're
Maybe
mixed
some of
breed.
our- yeah, ancestors. But we're still
You
looking
agree?
into.
You didn't listen. I said mixed breed.
Oh,
Last
you
time
call
I-
me mixed breed? Wow. Okay, I did not even hear that
Yeah,
part.
she didn't hear that. She's just so happy today. I don't know what's the secret.
Okay, so it is 10 minutes past the hour of 1 p.m. and we're streaming live from the city of Abuja,
Yeah.
Nigeria. Yes, this is the number one radio station, African Patriot
Patriot
Radio.
Radio.
And this show, like you know, is called Fashion
A
Freak. You know, we talk all things fashion, and I mean, when we talk about fashion, it's not just about the clothes, the shoes you wear. We talk about how you look in general.
Yeah.
So that's why today we'll be talking natural hair, and natural hair we mean the Afro textured
Hair.
hair.
Yeah,
Okay,
basically.
that's basically it. Yep. Okay.
Because it's like the in thing. A lot of celebrities done in it, and all of a sudden everybody wants to do it. And I say, I just saw how beautiful hers is, and I'm thinking of transition it. Yeah, of course, I'm very scared of the big chop. Like, take out my permed hair already.
Calm down. It's a gradual process. I keep telling you. Well, for
She's such a big up. She just had to show
I'm
up.
no, I just said it's a gradual process. I'm trying to encourage you here. You should say thank you. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. So if you're just joining us, like I said, this is African Patriot Radio. Please feel free. You can be part of the family, part of the community by following us on all of our social media platforms at African Patriot
Patriot
Radio.
Radio.
Please join the conversation. in the comment section below. Just tell us what you feel. Tell us how it was for you transitioning, or if you had to do the big chop, like you said.
Oh, yeah, just
natural
tell
hair.
me naturally. Tell me about your natural hair journey. I wonder if I want to back on that as well.
I should probably do a little something on mine.
Maybe
Right,
a blog.
I think I've just been lazy to do it.
Okay, so he has all the inspiration you need. How about we start off with this now?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So,
I should have just started with this. But well, if you're wondering what we mean by Afro textured hair, we're actually talking about our kind of hair. So the kind of hair that's actually found in people, in sub-Saharan Africa and Zimbabwe. We have them. So the kind of hair we have, that's what we call the Afro textured hair. The one that most people, well, I think some English words, some adjectives have actually been used to describe this kind of hair.
Oh yeah,
I
like when they say kinky.
Yeah, some call it kinky. Some have used nappy. Some have used
nappy calls.
Actually used woolly. Beyonce actually used that in her song. I like everything about you from your nappy curls. Hey. Okay. So she actually used that in her songs. So the nappy has been used. Woolly has been used. Some people actually used spiral actually.
Spiral hair.
Yeah.
But you know it's not like peculiar to Africans. Like I know Africans that have got type 3C hair.
Yeah.
Because Africans are typically known to have like type 4 hair, type 4A, B, C. There's like.
But now you're mentioning type A types and all of this. So
maybe we should just talk about types of hair.
Some people now, you're making them sound like, man, this guy's talking. Everything you're saying it seems like rocket science. It's not that difficult. So let's just talk. Let's actually talk types of hair.
Okay, because there are actually 4 types of hair, or 4 classes of hair. We have the type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. Okay, type 1 is basically straight hair, which a lot of Africans don't have.
No, it's mainly Caucasians, actually, people that have.
Okay, so if you see an African with straight hair, just ask again. Okay, on to the next one.
I haven't got straight hair, so that's fine.
There's wavy.
That's the wavy. That's the type 2. The type 2 is wavy hair.
Yeah, it's kind of.
It's wavy.
It's like wavy. Yeah. So there are no defined curls and stuff. And type 3 is actually the coily one, the one that goes like a spiral cord. Yeah. And then the type 4 is the one we have.
It's what they call kinky.
It has this kinky appearance.
It's different. It's special. So I say we Africans are special people. I'm sorry, I can't help it.
I think the best explanation for the type 4 hair is actually it has this look as though it's cotton wool. Yeah, it looks like cotton. You have to like dip your hand in it to define a strand. They're all just together.
All together. It's okay.
There's something about Africans we're close knitted.
Oh, okay. That was a very, very nice way to explain this and describe it. We're actually close knitted, so it even shows in our hair.
Yeah.
Close knitted.
That's how we're made. So basically, we're saying that Africans are typically have the type 4 hair, but they also like numeric, not just numerals as well as alphabet. So we have type 4 like A, B, C.
Yeah, the alphabet actually used to like define call variations.
Variety.
Yeah, call variations. So when you have the A, you have the B. I think you should actually tell us more on the type.
Okay, yeah, type A, type 4A actually has a defined pattern, the S type. Like it has a defined pattern of the S. But then the type 4B has more like the zigzag coil.
Yeah.
And then the type 4C is the one you cannot define. It's just that's real African hair. It's all compressed and looks like.
I feel like I don't have real African hair.
No, she has a type 3C hair. So she's not is she African?
Well, some of us.
It has this corkscrew shape.
The funny thing about the Afro textured hair is that you can't just push one person into one category. Yeah, you can't just push one person into they're actually like many different variations. Like I said, the A, the B. So you actually cannot say, oh, I have
type A hair.
There are people that actually can just say, oh yeah, I'm a type 4C. That's
but your edges,
but then it's different, especially if you said you're transitioning, you're trying to transition.
Yeah.
So your edges could actually be one thing, and then the rest of the hair could be another type.
True, because there are no absolute standards. So one person could actually have 3-4 kinds of hair on one head. So there are like no absolute standards. Like Imam has a type 3C hair, but
you're the one in my hair. I don't want to have type C. I choose
do.
what type of hair I
no,
want.
You don't choose, girl. You're blessed with it. She's blessed. Okay. So it has a spiral corkscrew kind of shape.
Yeah.
It's not the S or the zigzag one.
Yeah.
And her edges though are not same as the type 3C hair. So basically, we're saying that different people have different kinds of hair, but Africans basically we have the type 4 hair, and it's actually
most
unique.
Most Africans actually fall between the 4B and 4C.
A lot of Africans actually fall between that. Yeah,
between 4B and 4C. Well, like I said, they're tightly knitted, and as as beautiful as these hair types actually are, I mean, they're actually a lot more difficult to maintain. That's the truth.
Talk about maintenance. That's actually the part that gets me scared.
It gets you scared? Why?
Yes, because it's a whole lot of work. I watch you guys do this thing, and I'm like,
but the thing is, the Afro textured hair is actually very different from every other hair type, and maintaining it actually requires a lot more.
You know, like I said, I'm transitioning. Permanent was actually easy. You just put on relaxer, wash,
and then you can just comb through their hair.
You don't even wait for a while. You guys have to air dry, but you do the dryer thing, you stretch, and
natural hair actually, excess heat is not your friend. That's the truth.
So basically,
so you can't just say you want to wash your hair and then go in a dryer. I would not advise that.
Okay, so there's something my sister does. She actually is natural as well. She calls it wash day. So she like takes.
Do you know
an entire day to take care of?
Yeah, you take care of your hair. Like
for an entire day.
You have a special wash day. I keep saying it. Sometimes my friends ask me, "How do you do this?" And I'm like, honestly, my wash day. And okay, people actually say I'm lucky because my hair isn't as stubborn as normal Afro textured hair. I'm sorry.
I told her she's not.
I'm not trying to be a peacock here, but my hair isn't as stubborn as the normal Afro textured hair. So it's easier for me in a way, but then it's still also kind of difficult because it requires a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot goes into maintaining.
Do you know what I call my own wash day? I feel like my wash day is like, it feels like an extreme sport on its own. Honestly, that's what it feels like. That's what I say. And then when my friends that have like the 4B or the 4C, they'll be like, so what do you want us to say?
Oh yes, because that takes a lot of it takes more time to dry. You have more space between your hair. They don't. It's all closed. It's all compacted and stuff. So basically, I think maintaining natural hair is what scares people off. But it's a ritual and I think it can be fun as well.
It can be fun until it starts to shrink. So if you're
If
your shrinkage is bad, then I'm sorry for you. But okay, let's talk about maintaining it generally.
Okay. So first, I think you should know the kind of hair you have.
Yeah, hair type, your hair texture.
Hair type, we've talked about the
the type A, B, but we know.
But when you talk about texture, we're talking about
the fine hair.
Okay, there's the fine hair, yeah. Okay, let's give you a quick example, something you could use to test your hair. So you get a strand of hair and you put it side by side with thread.
A thread, yeah.
Yeah, so if it's smaller than the thread, then you have the fine hair, which is actually is lightweight.
It's lighter.
And it's prone to
breakage. Yeah, so
and too much
avoid a lot of chemicals, a lot of heat on that.
Yeah, so it basically does damage fine hair. And then if you put your hair side by side the thread and it's comparable, like almost the same, then you have the medium texture hair,
which is like.
For me,
which is like the best kind of hair.
Yeah, because it's easy to manipulate, to style, to maintain, basically. Yeah. And then there's a coarse type. That one is actually compared to a thread, it's thicker. A bit thicker. So that's like know your style, know your texture, know your hair type, because the texture of hair you have would determine the kind of maintenance you give to the hair. Like we've said, that fine hair doesn't do well with chemicals. People look at chemicals and they think relaxers. Relaxers are not the only chemicals.
They're not the only chemical. I mean, I actually have to say something in regards to that. When you talk about chemicals, I mean, let's look at it. Even water that we talk about, water is a chemical. H2O. It is a chemical, but it is a good chemical for your hair.
Yeah, but basically we're just saying that fine hair does not like a lot of chemicals, and then medium hair can work with anything.
Chemicals,
it can work with anything. And then the coarse hair, that's the type that
you need a lot of work. Okay, I think that's the one that actually feels like an extreme sport. Should feel like an extreme sport.
Yeah, because I know that this kind of hair, even if you're keeping permed hair, it's actually you hear people say, I retouch my hair but it doesn't relax.
Oh my god, my sister should be.
Yeah, people say stuff like that. Of course you're used to it. And so people say, I retouch my hair, it doesn't relax. That's when you have the coarse hair. Yeah. So basically it also has a hard time responding to dye as well.
Yeah. So even heat, but then if you use like a lot of heat, generally damages the hair. Like excess heat damages the hair. But if you're trying to heat, it can stand the heat. But that's what I'm saying. Excess of everything is bad.
Of course, we all know that.
Okay.
So basically, first you should know your type and texture of hair, because that actually is a determining factor to the way you maintain your hair. So that done. Next up is water.
Water is your friend. Moisture. Water is your friend. Oh,
You cannot stress that enough.
So I feel like I just did that now. I just
You
like,
always
I went
do
in the
that.
bathroom. I always do that. I always put water on my hair. I mean,
She
I
has like
think
a spray can. Yeah, so much she can get water, and she's like,
you make me sound like I carry it everywhere.
and I'm like, okay, is that perfume? No, it's water and oil. It's
Okay,
fun
so
to
I
watch,
do that.
trust
So
me.
moisture is actually good for you. I mean, if it's some people actually have this thing where they actually we were talking about it earlier, where they actually like apply lotion or creams directly on your dry hair. I mean, that's not very good. Your hair needs water a lot. I mean, if you're going to go natural, your hair needs a lot of water. So you have water as your base first before you apply any other thing
because
on your hair.
how do I put it now? You massage your hair with water before you put in anything. It's like
in,
a base, just like you do the foundation.
Foundation,
thing.
yeah.
So that's like a
or
foundation.
we use like no,
Primer.
they use like the primer first. Use the primer. All the makeup artists out there. So you use the primer, then or the setting spray they use it for. Then that's what the water is supposed to be like. It's supposed to hold everything in.
Yeah, it's actually when you we know oil is good for your hair,
Yeah.
But when you just put in the oil there, it just stays on the surface.
Yeah.
It doesn't go into
go
the hair.
in.
So in order to enrich the hair, first you set the tone for whatever,
With
set the base
water.
with water before applying whatever moisturizer you intend to use.
Yeah.
So water is not just good for after drinking the 8 glasses as recommended.
Your
please.
hair actually needs like
Water
the
as
thing
well.
directly on it.
So
yeah.
we've talked about water moisturizing. So I
So
guess
I think the next thing you should do actually, you should wash your hair with a mild shampoo. Now, when I talk about a mild shampoo, the kind of shampoo you use in your hair is actually like a huge determinant of how dry or how moisturized your hair would be.
okay, because there are people like the Coarse hair type is actually dry
Yes.
hair, so you need a shampoo that will actually lock in
Moisture, yeah.
as much as possible. But when you have fine hair you just know that your hair type, like we said, we
That's
cannot
the thing.
overemphasize it.
Yeah,
The kind
know
of
your
hair
type.
texture you have determines what kind of shampoo. There are people that don't even use shampoo because it's dries out the hair.
Yeah, that's
So-
what I'm saying. Know the kind of shampoo.
Shampoo.
Be able to like read labels and all, I think, so you know what shampoo actually works for your hair, and try to like find, like I said, know your hair texture. Find what works for your hair.
Yeah, because
I mean,
I think I have a few recommendations. So if you're trying to seal in moisture, you should use jojoba. There's jojoba oil.
we're doing like an ad now for them. Okay, but
Okay,
that actually
basically.
works because when I actually had to make like emphasis on using a mild shampoo because harsh shampoos actually
Strip your hair of
they strip
nutrients.
they strip it of nutrients, of oils and all like the basic stuff you need for your hair to grow.
Yeah, so
Which-
basically you should know your hair texture and know the kind of shampoo that works for you.
And most importantly, when you're shampooing your hair, I see people go to the salon and then you like wash the hair, you scrub the hair, and then they use their nails. That's actually use the
Be
bud,
gentle.
your nail buds. Use your nail buds.
Buds to
Actually,
wash
not
your
the
hair.
nails to wash your hair, and you just massage gently.
Okay, because when you talk
It's
about
not. It's not tug of war. It's not a war. It's not a battle.
I
Do
mean,
not.
see, I look at people that actually do the natural hair thing,
Yeah.
and the way they pamper it like it's their baby.
You have no idea.
Yeah, so you've got to be, even when we feel like our hair is very coarse, it's the strongest kind of hair, it's actually
Yeah.
very fragile as well. So you have to handle with care. Be gentle. And okay, this takes me to the next thing I want to talk about. It's just like, okay, let her finish your moisturizing. So I'll talk about be gentle. Because I see, like you said, you go to a salon and they want to wash your hair and they're all scrubbing and stuff as though you use your hair to wash pots.
Like,
and no, you should, it's not funny. It should be iron sponge,
Yeah.
It should be gentle. Avoid harsh styling, even when you want to style. And then if somebody's making your hair, for instance, someone's making your hair like, it's too painful, and they're like, so it will last.
No, breakage is real. So now, I mean, following up with shampooing is conditioning. You have to be able to deep condition your hair. By deep conditioning, I mean you should have like a treatment that works for your hair.
True.
That's the thing. So after shampooing, you dry your hair and apply a good shampoo treatment, or I don't know how to call it, Now, and you should be able to like alternate between maybe protein-based treatments and others like otherwise.
Yeah, because when I was talking about transitioning, one of my hair goals, should I say mentor? Okay, I just see her hair. I'm like, okay, I want this, and then she told me something. I see her do it to her hair every time. I'm like, doesn't wash it because she washes her hair like regularly.
Yeah, you wash your hair regularly.
Doesn't that like strip your hair of nutrients? She's like, okay, there's such possibility. So in order to prevent that, there's something she does. She calls it pre-pooing. When she called it, I felt it was funny. I was like, what's pre-pooing? And she's like, okay, it's like preparing, but now you're pooing it. Because what she put in her actually looks like poo.
Like poo.
Yeah, it was banana.
Like people use avocado too.
Yes, and bananas and olive oil.
People eggs. Really so I'm saying, depends on what treatment you. That's thing you have to know your hair properly, so you know what works for you. Because there's some hair products I use for my hair. I have a friend who says she doesn't like them because they don't feel right on her hair. Yeah. But point of it, the thing there is that we don't have the same hair type, texture.
That's why I said
so
like, there's no general standard.
It works for me, but it doesn't work for her.
Yeah. So if you have the coarse kind of hair, I think this works. The pre-pooing, or should I say the preparing? So you pre-poo your hair. You've already locked in moisture, and then you just rinse it out and. Basically, that could work for you.
Okay, so we should have. I don't know. I think we have to like do this, or we continue this like on the next segment because we are already out of time.
Oh no!
Yes, as sad as it is, we are actually out of time. So we've been talking about maintaining your natural hair. We're talking about the Afro textured hair and how to maintain it. So we've given you like a few tips on what you can do next time on Fashion of Freak. We would actually pick up where we're living up today, yes, and we will tell you much more about what you need to know about your natural hair and how to maintain it. This is still been Fashion of Freak on your favorite radio station, African Patriot Radio. I've been your host, Ekanem. Together with me has been
Immaculata Udo. I like the way she calls my name.
All right, coming up next is You, Me, and Society
with Elvis and Ekanem.
Okay, that's not with me. Actually, we'll be with Elvis Oga and Co. Stay tuned.
Oh baby, give me all the lovin', all the lovin'. Oh, my baby say yeah, oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the lovin'. Oh baby, give me all the lovin'. Oh, try to put the Gucci on the plate. My baby, give it to me, it's getting late. My baby, give it to me, you know say waiting you got it, baby, you know say you get it wait. Baby, give me love, oh yeah. Baby, give me trust, oh. Baby, give me love, oh yeah. Baby, give me trust. I no go lie, what I'm feeling inside. You make a nigga wanna turn upside down. The way you roll, the way you shake, come on me, baby girl, oh yeah, give me brain. You be my rhythm and blues, happy to make you my muse. Yeah, yeah. Need I catch you for the news. Oh, be a baby for the groove. You be my rhythm and blues, happy to make you my muse. Need I catch you for the news. Oh, be a baby for the groove. Ah, oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Ooh, oh baby, give me all the loving. Ooh, na na na. My baby say ah, oh yeah. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Oh baby, give me all the loving. Na na na. Give me all the loving, you're my baby girl. You. Give me all the loving, you're my baby girl. Don't you ever let me go. Don't you ever let me go, no. Don't you ever let me go. O-V-I.
Cyrus and the beat, I'm Bradley producer.
DJ Elegant.
She move my day don't need. Oh yeah, everybody get their own story. Oh, ah, yeah. Kira kita odola la yeah. If you're making that dough, you know me shalaye. Ozu go pay muraba lagbade. No one mamupo body check and your shake. If you think it, you can make it. Enter studio and start to make it. Omo, I believe and then I made it. One name you lishe and then I break it. Mo ma lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Mo ma lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Mama told me, boy, this life ain't no easy go. This life when I turn by, turn make it count, giving meaning go. I quit to go manage, Baba show me the way, magic way. Authority, LA, Papa Dakunjo, Dakun by me. Let me the reason say this ain't no go far. Let me the reason I no get back. It show you I know the reason I'm local. See for your eyes, see my nigga go blue pa. Mo ma lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Mo ma lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda. Lowo lowo, mo ma kole mole niwaju eleya ma tun yan fanda.
I remain your extraordinary DJ Elegant. Let's go. My soul, may all and all our prayers be answered. The vision is right. Let's go. Now soon.
Too many hours for my life, wallahi. But I did pray me, Papa, shine a light. Also never paper, bad man still dey grind. I pray the one day my mama go smile. Yeah. I'm on a journey, I don't know where it leads.
And we're back again once more in the studio. This time around, we are talking something more societal.
Yes.
Elvis Oga is still the name.
And Josephine Paul is my name. And we just like back like we never went anywhere, right?
No, we're back like we never left.
Like we never left.
You can also call me your one and only radio best friend.
And of course, you can call me Jojo.
The Star Girl. Star Girl alongside radio best friend, serving this hot friendship.
Yes.
Your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio. The program is officially You, Me, and Society. Well, we're going to talk about some happenings in the society. And today, we are taking a look at very, very important topic.
Yes.
Which has actually become more like a malady in the society.
True.
Indecent dressing.
Indecent dressing. You know, let me just say something before we proceed on indecent dressing. Obviously, you're laughing because basically, before we jumped on this particular segment, this topic, I know you were just feeling like, what can Jojo be able to, talk about indecent dressing? But
why will I be thinking that way? At least you watch movies.
Yes.
You've been to school and you're back. You go out. These are things we see in the society on a daily. It has even gone back to the extent that we see this thing in our worship centers.
In churches. True.
So what do you understand by indecent dressing?
Well, I would say indecent dressing is the deliberate act to exposure of the body. You understand? Exposure of probably your cleavages, your panties, or some part of the body that are not meant to be showcased out there. Deliberately you expose them. So that's
parts
like
of the body that are supposed to be private being made public. That's indecent dressing.
True.
Okay, a quick one. I remember coming across a tweet from somebody where he was like, some people will spend 2-3 hours taking their bath and dressing up and then come out naked. Like you went into a closet, to have your bath in a closet. Then when you are dressing up, you're not even allow anybody come inside because you want that privacy.
Probably you should have even had your bath outside.
Outside,
right? Because you're actually out again, and your whole body is you can still
out.
see it. It's still out.
See things that are not supposed to be seen. That's really bad. Indecent dressing, to an extent, could actually be related to a place because there are some clothes you could wear for some functions, but when you take them to another place, it's indecent dressing. Although there is a way we can separate indecent dressing from improper dressing, but they still connote the same thing to a larger extent. Where at a beach, where you go for maybe sightseeing and all of that,
yes. Or even swimming.
Swimming, skimpy dresses could be used in there. Then you begin to wonder, how do we get here? People tend to watch this thing on their screen and then forgetting the fact that these people actually had a setting, a location. They use this thing they use these things, and then they come out to wear it elsewhere.
Somewhere outside, like in the public and all that. And some people can confidently, work with that kind of attire. Like you see someone wearing a very short, sleeveless, something that is almost like a bra, that you can actually wear that to a beach probably because of how the whole location is. And then you see someone coming out so boldly to wear that kind of thing out there. What exactly? What are you trying?
With the belly button is out, and then the back is all revealed.
Like sometimes I would just wonder, like, what is the purpose? Like, what are you trying to portray? Because when you do that, when you actually expose your body like that, people start thinking like start seeing you in another light. Do you understand?
Yes.
So it's quite crazy, like what people really do out there.
Okay, let's take a look at factors responsible for indecent dressing. There are several factors that one can say is responsible for indecent dressing. One, peer pressure or influence.
Oh yeah, peer pressure or influence. It's true. I can actually relate this to a story like that happened, within me. Like most times, I just get to see most of my back in school precisely. Like in how hostel can actually be like.
Yes.
Then you surround yourself with friends and people that you don't really know, but because of school and because of because of school related, it actually brought you all together. And then gradually you start seeing people dressing how you start seeing how other people dress, and somehow because you are close to them, somehow because you find yourself around them, and gradually you're actually imitating how they are dressing, and they start telling you, okay, try this one now today, wear this one, wear that one, wear that one, and gradually they're slowly dragging you to how they behave, how they actually dress.
Okay, apart from even having to find yourself dressing like them, maybe because you stay around them too much or you stay close to them, we've seen a situation where people you tend to hang around with bad mouth you, try to body shame you, try to talk you into ridicule or ridicule you because you don't dress like them.
Then low
And
self-esteem.
yes, before you know, you start dressing like them. Before you know, they go out and be like, okay, we bought you this gift, why don't you try it on? It start from you trying to wear these things at home, and then when you're about going out, they be like, hey girl, hey boy, if you don't put this on, you cannot come with us. And you know, you look at yourself, you're looking all odd. But that is where your parental upbringing is being put to test. No matter how persuasive people trying to be on you with regard to these things, your ability to stay firm and not bend is what put your parental upbringing.
Because as a matter of fact, you're trying to please them. And this is you right now. This is your personality at stake, because of that they're not going to have to face this. You're facing this personality. The consequences which you later face can actually be on you alone.
True.
So peer pressures can actually be a very negative factor. I mean, a very negative influence on people's dressing and all that.
Oh yes, and then we have our parents actually play a roles in this, because some parents are guilty of indecent dressing themselves, and then some of them go all out to even buy these clothes for their children to wear. Sometimes, have you been in a situation where you go out and you see little kids dressing
so
kids that are not old enough to dress themselves up, and you begin to wonder who dressed this kid this way, who dresses this kid this way.
It can only come from the parents, because
Okay.
you can see
Who even bought these clothes for them?
You can see a child of about 7 years old, 8 years old, all looking all matured. How did they wear that? It can actually relate it. Be from the parents' side. I remember going for an occasion, and then children were actually doing a presentation, and then you see a very little child having wigs on and makeup, like serious professional makeup, and then you're wondering, how did a child have to like get to this level? Like, who put all of this on them? And let me say something, because if you happen to have a child who you're actually exposing to wearing some kind of dresses that are not suitable for that her age or his age, her age precisely, because I think it's always on the female too, on the female part mostly.
You can just use his or her.
His or
Because there are ways guys could be guilty of indecent dressing.
True. And then you start wondering, like, how did they even get to this level? Like, how would they have dressed this child up to this child that is not matured enough to be looking all this, matured? And at the end of the day, in that occasion, the principal, or the person that coordinated it, had to give a strict instruction to their guidance and to their parents. Parents should please not dress their children dress their children too maturely that would actually make people start seeing them in another light.
We wouldn't want even sound like indecent dressing is maturity or anything. The plain language there is parents should not even dress their children indecently.
Truly indecently, because there are some dresses that actually attract. Maybe you see a 7-year-old, 8-year-old child, and you're seeing let's say a 24-year-old man or a grown person trying to being attracted to that person. How? Because of how the child is dressed, and you will not even believe that kind of child is maybe an 8-year-old child, a 7-year-old child. So,
you haven't raising the bar too much. We've seen kids as young as 3 years, 4 years, being dressed in an indecent way or in a very indecent way, and like we were talking about, you begin to wonder who dresses these kids up this way. Obviously, their parents. Yes, and let's take a look at places with high prevalence of indecent dressing. Campuses.
Yeah, schools. Basically, yes.
Campuses.
I think it would actually be on the higher institutional level, because basically you get to see a lot of people from different backgrounds, different areas, and different communities that are just coming together. And a lot of people already have their own kind of dress sense, and maybe people that are not too exposed to going out and all that, people that are not too exposed to some kind of dressing or some kind of appearance, gradually, because they come to that kind of place, they come to that kind of school or campus, they are now due to peer pressure, like we mentioned earlier, and low self-esteem, you begin to join that kind of trend.
The bandwagon.
There are different names to it. You hear names like slay queens. You want to join, you want to feel among, and you're actually in it already.
Small girls with big God.
So now they don't have big goats anymore. Now there's a name for it. I don't know, but I'm just saying. But
if there's a name for it, please make it known.
I'm gonna have to search some other time. But I'm saying that, but that basically because when you get to come together in that kind of environment, you are forced, or you're just, if you do not have home training, actually, if you don't know, if you've forgotten where you're coming from, you're forced to just be influenced by everything, by the dresses, by how the people dress and everything. And then you would start cultivating it.
I remember talking about when you get to leave the secondary school and you feel like you've made heaven, and then you want to go all out, explore life and do different things, because you get to understand that in the universities you won't be restricted, or in the high institution
no one sees you. Probably you're far from home.
You won't. Apart from that, even in the school, you might not be restricted by the school authority to put on a particular uniform like you do in secondary school and in primary school. And then people tend to overflex the freedom and the opportunity they have. And I have a senior friend who will tell you, freedom without responsibility is more dangerous than bondage, because by the time you pay for that freedom without responsibility,
I mean, that is deep. That is really very deep, I must say.
So like we were saying, places where we have high prevalence of of indecent dressing, like the campus, people tend to go all out and buy these things, maybe out of peer pressure, like you highly highlighted, because they've seen people on campuses put on these things, and they feel like, okay, they want to belong to those classes of people or to those group of people, and they tend to dress that way. We've seen different school authorities frown against it, and sometimes they bring to an extent what we call a dress code for schools. That is where you have faculty by faculty kind of dress. But do you know what the schools do is select colors. They don't select the style. So we'll come to how we can go about these things when we talk about the remedies for indecent dressing. But we're still talking about, okay, how about our religious centers, where we get to see a strong caution against indecent dressing, but we have some of those things highly prevalent in our worship centers. Yes, we've heard so many clergies and imams preach against them, but people will start quoting freedom to do things to you, and we've seen stories or read about stories where in the Nigerian Senate, a motion, a bill was sponsored to prohibit indecent dressing and then recommend about 6-month jail term for people who violate this. But a human rights organization actually came out to say, okay, this is against the human right. And when young girls were being asked about this, all she had to say was that I put on something on my body and I'm comfortable with it. What's a business? Fine. My boyfriend likes it, but that makes me to ask, and I begin to wonder, your boyfriend and the society, which comes first?
Which comes first, exactly. Because it's a saying that says how you dress is how you're dressed.
True.
So who cares about your boyfriend? If you're trying to dress to impress, maybe you should even do that around him or around the place you actually are, because you are out. How about the society? You think how people really don't even care about.
I saw a video footage on the social media yesterday where somebody was talking about men are not stupid. When they want to party, when they want to hang out, they might come for the body revealing girls.
True.
But will they take you home to meet their mothers when they want to settle down?
Deep. I don't know where
like,
you get
we need to ask ourselves.
It's actually it's a personal question. Because
we need to ask ourselves all these questions.
Because a lot of people will just think that, okay, because I'm comfortable with this, and because the person I'm in a relationship with is comfortable with what I dress, so I don't care about the society. I don't care what people will say and what people. How you are dressed, how you are dressed is how you are going to be addressed. So nobody knows or cares if you are trying to impress somebody, but that doesn't mean that you should actually, purge yourself of that dignity or that personality that you're carrying. Do you understand? Because yes, it's actually boils down to dignity, like we were talking about in the other program, because it's going to have to bring up respect. How you're dressed, people address you for it. If you're dressing maybe half naked, you're wearing a sleeveless top showing your cleavages or exposing what you're wearing, your inner wear, people will just see you to be like someone that just finished involving in some crazy act or activities. You understand? Probably a hoe or probably a prostitute and all that.
Yes, we saw situations where people tend to look at others who try to correct them as hatred. Okay, we were talking about places where this practice or this social malady is highly prevalent, and we were talking about our worship centers where you go to a church and an usher is trying to tell you, look, can you adjust this? And you'll be like, it is my personal relationship with my God. But how about people who are there, but maybe they don't really have that strong faith or that strong conviction yet? You might confuse them.
Yes. True.
Who knows?
Who knows? Because and that's a word that someone that's actually what people can actually ponder. It's a very truthful illustration, because when you come into church and you think, okay, this is just me and my God, this is just me, my heart belongs to God, and God sees it. Yes, God sees your heart, but why don't you dress yourself presentable? How about a lot of people out there that are still their Christian life or their faith life or faith level is still shaky. They are still sitting on the fence and they are looking up to. Maybe because there's a saying that usually that we go with, that let your life be the Bible that others will read, like the holy book that they usually talk about. So if someone is looking up to you, someone who doesn't even have a strong relationship with God, and all the person can say right now is you having presented yourself just so indecently, maybe you're dressing and all that, the person has nothing to hold on. Like, the person will start having a negative thought, probably about the church or probably about you too personally. So I just think that if everyone could understand that it's not just you, your personal life, but people seeing it to your society and how they can take it and how everybody can actually relate together, it's all that matters.
We've been talking about indecent dressing, and then we've explained what indecent dressing is and places where this indecent dressing is prevalent.
Yeah.
We've also looked at factors responsible for indecent dressing. Now let's even take a look at types of indecent dressing so that people get to understand what we are talking about. Like in your analysis or trying to drive home points relating to the other angles we were looking at the program from, or looking at indecent dressing from, you've in a way been able to talk about some types of indecent dressing where you talk about people putting on thin, very skimpy dresses with their belly buttons out, their back is all revealed, their cleavages are all revealed. Okay, like types of indecent dressing, sleeveless top.
Yeah. And I know, I know you said sleeveless stuff, and I had to take a break. I know you're throwing that on me, right? Because I'm a girl. Because mostly women that actually funny wearing sleeveless dresses or sleeveless tops.
Men wear too.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry, what kind of sleeveless top exactly?
Like the popular name that goes for the one the men wear, they call it armless.
Armless.
Yeah, it's basically for
Like
sports,
singlet?
for sporting activities. Not just singlet. It's more like a top without a sleeve.
Oh.
Yes, if you've seen these basketball tops,
Yeah, I have.
like the pems are shared and all.
Yeah.
You get to see that where ordinarily you're supposed to use it for games, but
You use it for
men,
out there.
men tend to use it out, and then even short knicker. You just bring men on the spotlight now.
Yeah.
Short knickers, especially people will tell you that there are some kind of feet or legs they look at to, and then some attachment to the
So
legs.
that would just be the one, their main attraction to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you wear short knickers, you could actually be running things on some people's minds. So that's indecent dressing in its own way.
Yeah.
And then we also have body hugs. I was actually asking you if you've seen some people put on body hugs to the extent that
Everything, like maybe they're in the pant line actually shows up
and
like
and
that.
they are feeling like it feels almost like they are naked because it's quite body revealing.
Yeah.
The clothes is hugging them so much that you could see everything.
I mean, I would say that kind of dressing is really very disgusting, because it's actually what are you actually wearing? Because if what you're wearing can actually show your inside out, like your whole let's say your inner wear, like your bra, your pants line and all that, you're probably walking on the streets and naked, like basically people can actually see from the inside out. You understand?
Yes.
Like you're wearing body hugs and then your pant line is showing, and then probably your clothes is even transparent, like everything's actually exposed, and that's really indecent.
Body hugs, like in trying to talk about that, you brought in transparent dresses.
Yeah.
Where you see people like when we're talking about factors that could be responsible, we didn't even talk about. Okay, we talked about peer pressure.
We talked about peer pressure.
We talk about parents. We did not even talk about effect or the influence of social media, where people get to watch these things on musical
And see
videos,
it.
and then they tend to practice
Not
it
even
or watching movies.
away from musical videos, so people just take pictures about of themselves, like with their dresses and all that. So people see it, and then you want to copy it just because of the influence, or probably that person's a celebrity.
I was watching a program on a cable,
Yeah.
and Jennifer Lopez was being interviewed. If you've watched this particular song of hers and Joey Crack, Fat Joe, there was this hood she wore. And then when they visited her home and she was showing people around the house on the program, she was not talking about some clothes and where she wears them to. So the title of that song is Hold You Down. So that particular dress she used for Hold You Down, she was not explaining like, I cannot wear this out on a normal. This was bought basically for that video shoot, and after that video shoot, I've never put this on my body. But people will watch that video.
I think some people should be schooled. I think some people should just have knowledge. I think sense actually.
Some people will watch that video and wear that thing and be strolling on the road.
Walk on the road.
That's one aspect of it.
True.
Another aspect is that
so
we have different regions, the temperate and the tropics.
Yeah.
So you see somebody in the tropics put on a particular cloth, and then you are in the temperate region, you put it on. You're going to sweat out like a Christmas goat. That particular shirt Jennifer Lopez was talking about. Okay, even in her region, she cannot put it on. She cannot wear it out on a normal day because it's a very big hood with fur around, and then maybe you are in this area, and then the temperate, and you now put it on.
And you're
how do you get to survive under the intense heat of the sun and everything?
Especially in this part of the world where
that's
we
what
are
I'm talking about.
I think so. It's high time to people know the kind of dresses they wear and to the kind of places. I mean, dresses they wear and where they need to wear, the kind of places they need to wear it to. Because there are some dresses for a particular place, dresses you need to wear for a particular occasion, and dresses you need to wear for a particular place and area and all that. So that's all actually that needs to be put in place.
So back to what we're talking about, types of indecent dressing, and we were looking at transparent dressing. Maybe somebody's trying to model for a particular brand, and then maybe the particular brand is the undies or panties, and then she wears a transparent stuff just to make sure that
it comes out.
It comes out, and then you ignorantly saw this picture. Maybe this person is a celebrity, because normally those brands use celebrities or public figures to do some of their branding or modeling, and then you see this. All of a sudden, you now wear it and put it and they start strolling out with it. Or you have a rich friend who wears some of those things, quite body revealing things at home, because her house is fenced.
Yes.
She wears it around her house.
In her house.
Yes. And then maybe you might want to wear it at house, but your house is not fenced, your house is by the roadside. And you want to use it and then stroll around. Like,
I really wish a lot of people are hearing this, because these are practical examples. These are things that are happening at everyday life, and it's actually from the fact that like the power of social media and all that, because it actually influences a lot of people's lives. A lot of people want to like tend to copy
what they see, what they watch,
like copy people's lifestyles, what they see and what they watch. They want to become that person. They want to wear what that person is wearing and all that. So I think it's high time like people just came to understand all of these things, because there's some clothes and there's some outfits or dresses that you don't have to wear out there, because they're actually going to be very indecent for you, because you can't wear a pant and you want to copy someone, a model. So we're trying to explain that part of it. I was just imagining maybe this person that's trying to copy this model that's on social media, on Instagram or something, and is a public figure. That person probably might not even be a model. Does not even own anything, like own a brand or something like that. I'm not trying to say like people don't, like a lot of people don't have that ability or cannot become models or don't have their own brands. They do, but I think there should be there should be a limit to how you.
Or someone is doing it and cashing it on it, and then you are doing it, demeaning yourself, debasing your reputation, your personality, and then losing all your self dignity and all.
Sure.
Okay, more types of indecent dressing. Like we've been talking more. Okay, we've actually talked more on the boys. We've not talked about sagging pants.
Sagging pants. I think that should be more on the guys too.
Yes,
a lot of guys.
But ladies do sag a lot these days. And then the most annoying thing about it is they will tell you they don't have to do undies these days again. You see a mature lady or a young girl put on trousers without undies under it, and then she still sags it. You are not seeing the butt crack.
Really? But butt crack on the
Yes.
on the
on the outside, because the trousers is below the waistline.
But really, I rarely see this with girls, except probably there are tomboys out there and all that. They just want to wear like the girl and sag and all that. Because I mostly see.
Maybe you need to explore more. Like you've not seen girls sag before.
I see them. I'm saying except they're tomboys and all that. Because why would I even? Did they sag with the trousers or the sag with the skirt? Why would I wear?
They sag with everything. The only thing they don't sag with is the high waist trouser and the jumpsuit.
Yeah, truly, Rabi. Well, talking about people that sag, I think they should actually understand the history about sagging because it's actually a slave.
There are so many things people do without knowing the history,
know
or the interpretation or the significance.
Or what it actually is.
I had a teacher in primary school. He was teaching us fine arts, and he schooled outside the country. He schooled precisely in Missouri, United States of America, and he was talking about interpretation of certain things we do ignorantly. When the whole world was frowning out same-sex relationship, like intimate relationship, like the lesbianism, gay and everything, he was like, in the place where he's schooled, once they see two girls who are not sisters, or even though they are sisters, but there's no that age difference, maybe if you have the same age and you are mature enough, walking together, holding hands, that's a clear sign that you people are doing some stuff already. And people tend to do these things without knowing the implications, the interpretation, their meanings. Like, you wanted to talk about the history of sagging pants. Let's have you talk about
like
that.
the history of sagging pants, basically.
Slave trade.
Slave trade. You know, I think some people still have the knowledge, and know the knowledge about they have the knowledge about this sagging. Most people, and they still go ahead to do it. Why? Because they want to like show off like a style. They want to make it stylish. They want to just like puff up. They just think like it's a trend. And if you're a guy, you're not sagging, then you don't have swag, or you don't have, you know, a classic kind of move, and which is not classy, which
not
is not cool. Because I even see guys that sag as being irresponsible, as people that don't even understand. They don't even have.
And
a good
there's a
dress
level
sense.
to which people still do these things, in as much as you are trying to talk about how irresponsible someone who sags looks.
Yeah.
Because you see someone who is sagging. Number one, what he's putting under the trouser is not neat.
True.
It's not neat.
It's not neat.
It's more like an eyesore.
Yeah.
So what are you showing?
Funny enough, like I don't even understand how someone can be sagging and then you forget, and then something, maybe if something fell down, you want to pick it up, and then boom, everything is like out. Do you understand? Some people don't even think about that level. So dressing decently it doesn't cost a thing.
And it will never take your dignity away. It will not take your rather it will make you more classy.
More classy. I wish you could even stand up, Elvis, and portray yourself. Like let us just see, because just look at how like you can just dress and wear your trousers up to your waist and look smart and presentable. Do you understand? It doesn't take anything from you.
Be it joggers, plain trousers, jeans, chinos, no matter what, you just need to put it on your waist, not on your body. Some people sag to the extent that they wear their trousers on their thighs. That's how bad it is.
Yes, and all of this on is just because you want to. Should I even use the word feel among, or
So
you just think it's stylish?
like you were talking about the sagging pants, where it all originated from. Slave trade. Because these people had their trousers measured to their normal size.
They never had belt there as at that time.
Yeah, and apart from that, they had their trousers, without belt, to their normal size, and it fitted well.
Yeah.
But when they were being sold into slave trade,
Yes.
as a slave, you don't
do
eat
a lot
what
of
you
work,
want,
yes.
you don't eat
Yes.
when you want, and there's a whole lot of work for you to do.
do.
So they emaciated and they lost weight, and then
It comes.
from then,
It's just
the
that
trousers
sagging.
start sagging.
Yes, on its own. And then boom, in our society
The
right
same
now.
thing. The same thing with piercing of ears.
Yeah.
For people way back then, especially for guys, it's more like a mark, because when you have
To differentiate.
the slave
And
the masters and their children. So what actually made it to be trending to an extent with research I did was that after the slave trade was abolished, then these people started getting themselves back, and they went into trade and craft, like singing and rapping. And then they were like, okay, these people were mocking us with this thing. Now we have the power to do this. Now let's do this. Let not be like we were being mocked. But for crying out loud, some of these guys, you see, like one thing I noticed is that people tend to copy public figures a lot. But I keep telling people, if you really have close encounter with these people, their screen life is different from their personal life.
Truly.
Their screen life is different
We
from their
have a lot
personal
of
life.
interviews from a lot of celebrities and public figures there. They tell. I wouldn't have to mention. I watched a video or interview of a celebrity. They asked her a simple question: what would you tell your 16-year-old self? What would you advise your 16-year-old self? She's like, Okay, it was a pigeon interview. So like, that one's strong. Well, I'll be honest with you, truthfully. I don't know what I would advise my 60-year-old self. Say for this life now, we do they do, and she was like speaking pigeons. She said that out there in the on screen, like on your phones, like social media, they portray something different.
Yes,
and they can always give you advice. Like people out there, like they can always type it, like see it on the screen, like watch. But most times, it's not what they do. It's not what they practice. So a lot of times, what people portray,
don't know. They follow blindly.
They don't even understand what they even do on their own personal lives.
Okay, we've seen, like we were talking about where we can find this indecent dressing more prevalent, and we're looking at schools. Because of that, so many schools are actually give a dress code to be used. You see in schools, they will tell you don't bring bogus headgears to the class because you might be blocking the view of other people from looking at what the lecturer is teaching.
I mean, why would people even be wearing heads or heads like in classes or in lecture halls? Like that's really
Fridays are meant for traditionals in school. I wonder where that came from, but I think it's good because to an extent it promotes African identity or culture.
Yeah, I think someone was telling me the story about the history or kind of, I don't know how true it is or how apt it is about native attire.
Yeah, we've actually seen corporate organization on board has actually adopted that where their staff had to put on those corporate those attires on Fridays, traditional attires on Friday. And I've seen a particular commercial institution celebrate that day, like they set out that day for the whole year.
That's nice.
So you were talking about someone trying to give you
like the preamble, like the white people tend to use traditionals on like mostly on Fridays. Like they got that from the Islamic culture. Fridays are actually their praying days for the Muslims. You get so they always all dress up like it's a Sunday and like it's an occasion, like a particular day that they go to pray and they go to church, like we go to church, like we go to mosques. So they're always on their native attire, and somehow they are found everywhere, like organizations, and so they have their natives on, and so slowly people start adopting like having to wear natives and on Fridays and all that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, the program is still You, Me, and Society, where we get to talk on so many societal issues, and today we are talking about indecent dressing because it has so much effect on our society.
On us too, personally.
Yes.
On me, on you, and of course our society.
And the society at large. Okay, we'll go for a short time out. When we return, we continue with the program. Please stay with us and don't go away.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
It's still you, me, and society on African Patriot Radio. This afternoon, you have Elvis Oga
and Josephine Paul right here in the studio.
Okay, dealing with the issue of indecent dressing in our society.
Yeah, so we're looking at the types of indecent dressings that we have so far, so good. We've talked about the sleeveless tops. We've talked about the
transparent. We did not even talk about mini skirts. Mini skirts. Yeah, where the ties are revealed and people are almost getting sneak peek into what is supposed to be private, the most private.
Private, like you just said. You know, a lot of people just try to wear mini skirts, like girls in particular, would just wear that for the comfort of themselves, and most times they actually wear that to walk on the streets. Like, my question is, if people get to, you know, approach you, like, because of how they see you, like, on a very low miniskirt, like, so probably just then almost exposing your you know, private part and all that, and your waist and everything is just out there. You know, there are a lot of consequences attached to that kind of dressing.
Yes,
you understand. And I think the faster people just tend to understand this, the better, because you can't actually be wearing that to be moving around the streets.
Nope.
If you just have to wear that at the comfort of your house, then it's cool and fine. I mean, mini skirts can just be worn probably in the night at your own comfort, or just around your environment or within your stay.
Or maybe when you're going for a dinner date with somebody and you know you're going to drive and just straight to that place.
Yes. It's true. There's some kind of outfit or dresses that if I'm not entering a car, I cannot just possibly wear them.
True.
Because I mean, I cannot be walking around and be looking. I mean, it's even inconveniencing because you yourself. I wonder how people actually cope with wearing things that, like we talked about body hugs. You understand how where everything will just pop out, and you talked about, is it a break or a crack in the
butt crack,
the butt crack, and all
everything
that.
is out there.
You yourself will be very uncomfortable. See, let me tell you something. I feel like 90 or 70% of girls that actually wear all of those body hugs, if they are not trying to impress themselves, impress people, they feel very inconvenient. They feel very inconvenient, like themselves. They're not comfortable on it.
Yes, but just because they want to impress people.
Because they want to impress people. Trust me, it's because they want to impress people.
And those kind of dressing, like indecent dressing on a general note, have a code of consequences.
Yes,
and
truly.
we'll be looking at it like right away. One of the consequences of indecent dressing is rape, even though there is no moral justification to that.
Yeah.
But we've seen people actually come out to say, okay, it's because of the way her body was I was moved and all of that.
Truly rape, because it actually exposed. I mean, if one sees you or people see you out there, let's talk about you maybe dressing like in the evening times or in the night.
In the night, on a lonely road.
On a lonely road and lonely roads. I mean, you're prone to a very, very serious.
You are subjecting yourself to attack.
Serious attack, actually, because even if it's taken to the court and they're asking you how you were presentable, how you present yourself or how you carry yourself, some guys will just be like, they just saw that you thought you were just a normal person, or you thought you were just a street person or a clubber and all that, all this kind of identification on you and all. So it actually leads to rape and all that. The consequences are actually very strong.
Indecent dressing is degrading or degradation of our moral values as well, where people grow up and then they see the society indulging in indecent dressing. It's a moral decadence, and it's really bad. Like, we need to frown at it, where it's more like passing a very wrong information to the younger generation, because people out there might want to grow. Maybe you are influential to an extent, and then people want to make you their role model. So before you know, they start dressing like you as well, and then continue in the same cycle.
Truly, because I feel like that is where it's really coming from. That's where the increase of indecent dressings are actually very high, because a lot of people are just looking up to some certain people, to model and to call them their role model. So when they see them portraying this kind of attire or this kind of outfit, they tend to want to copy, and the consequences is actually very bad, because it becomes a habit, it becomes something they're used to, or they want to just be doing often and often.
Okay, we've also seen people try to generalize a particular set of people, maybe because one or few people tend to have been found dressing indecently from that region, which brings about stereotyping.
Yeah, truly, because a lot of people will just they'll feel actually bad, or they feel a little bit feeling like they have very low self-esteem comes into, and then they just don't want to they just want to do it because people do it, and they're under pressure from peer groups and all that, so all of these things actually are the consequences that would actually hit a lot of people down to dressing indecently.
Okay, and that's like we were talking about losing our moral values. If you look at it in a nutshell, you see that indecent dressing in a way reduce our dignity as a person, and then there are some of the things we consider valuable to us as a group of people, and because of the way indecent dressing is being portrayed, we lose values to some of those things as well.
I feel I usually say that the first that people actually understand this or have the knowledge about indecent dressing and its consequences, the better, because you would actually lose your self-respect. All right, people will be looking at some people with that do not even know you, tend to condemn you, tend to feel like, okay, this person, how she's dressed, I don't think I would like her around me, or she doesn't even look responsible, and thereby you actually don't have a respect for people around you and all that.
Okay, and then we've seen societal issues like prostitution, cultism, and all of that as a result, or as a precursor for indecent dressing. What do we mean? You see people that tend to dress this way, before you know, you've been addressed or been categorized to be among this set of people, and then you won't be treated with any dignity.
Truly. Because you, like we always say, like the way you're dressing is how people are going to address you. Because you cannot probably be dressing like with a mini skirt, and maybe you're even going to a gathering of people, like let's say church, or you're just walking on the streets. People will see you, and people that do not even know you tend to just characterize you as one who is a prostitute, or one who doesn't even have a good moral training, or a proper that wasn't raised in a good environment, or raised up in a very good family background and all that. So people tend to characterize you as one that's bad, or one that's a prostitute, and different kind of names from people that do not even know you. So
and if you
avoid that.
If you want to look at it as a set, when people address you that way, and you try to prove that you are not that kind of person, before you know,
everyone has their opinion.
Before you know, it will not bring quarrel and conflict sets in, because as it brings quarrels, you try to hit the person, and the person's brother comes and joins in the fight, and before you know, it escalates.
Like, so it turns a very serious conflict at that moment.
I actually recall when they were talking about the hate speech bill, and somebody was mentioning most of the war situation we've experienced, or the world has seen, did not start with weapons. They all started with words.
Words are powerful.
Yes. So by the time you are dressed indecently, and someone tend to disrespect you because of that, and then you try to take your stance, and then it results into altercation. Before you know, your brother joins, and it escalates into communal clash and different things, which leads to loss of life, damages of properties,
vandalizing, because people tend to like fight back and all that. I've seen a lot of times that like because someone dresses very indecently and then she's just being called names. Probably she's not a prostitute, but she's just being called that kind of name because of how she's dressed, and then boom, she doesn't want to hear that. You know, a lot of times people that dress this way, they may not be bad personalities. They may not be bad people. They may not be prostitute, or how people tend to see them, or armed robbers. Like for the guys that are dresses maybe with sagging and all that, or have their jeans. We didn't talk about ripped jeans and all that, because somehow it's part of indecent dressing. Because I see some these days, like the society we find ourselves, people are wearing ripped jeans up to their
ties,
and to their boss as well too. So you know, people will tend to call you different names. And I was talking about someone that would just have to, someone that is a very good person on a normal day. It's just because of how she dressed. People tend to see her like a prostitute, or people tend to see her like someone that is bad. And she wants to fight back because she's not that kind of person. She doesn't want to even hear you call her that kind of name. And then before you know it, she's fighting, and then it's escalating, and then conflict, and then it results in loss of lives, which is very sad.
Okay, we've actually talked much on indecent dressing as a whole, but it won't be complete if we fail to provide solutions how to stop or curb indecent dressing in our society.
Yeah, truly.
We've seen where it is highly prevalent. We've seen factors responsible for indecent dressing. So from there, we could actually provide a solution on how we can stop indecent dressing.
Yeah, talking about where it is highly
prevalent.
Like you talked about campus, you talked about schools. Yeah, so I see a lot of schools, like even the one I come in, I think it should be in all universities or all schools to dress indecently, and then you come up with dress codes, dress code rules like that everyone has to follow. Do you understand? If that is being cultivated, if that is being put in place in each schools or each campus, it's like every student should dress decently. Every student should dress. There's a particular dress, like in the school I graduated from back then. You see, the security, the code, the dress code would be like, do not wear sleeveless jackets. I mean sleeveless tops. Do not wear short skirts, like shorts below.
Even guys are not even allowed to wear short knickers in the school I graduated from too.
And then they put a justification to that, like they put a law and standard that if you break it, this and this you have to do. Sometimes they have to penalize you from school. They have to expel you. Or sometimes they have to send you home. So if all of that has been cultivated in schools and be put in place, it would help, curtail indecent dressing.
Yes. Rightly stated, like you said, we've seen different schools at their own level try to enact law against indecent dressing, and we've seen recruitment of a particular force or sect to enforce this law.
Yes, truly.
Like you rightly called that, if the National Investigation Commission or the body that is responsible for the welfare of the tertiary institutions in the country or even across the world could come to a round table and enact a particular law, and like you said, spelling out the penalty or penalties for this law. Like I was sharing with you some times back, where in the school I graduated from, you are not allowed to fight. Once you fight, both of you are leaving the school. Rustication. You all be rusticated. And then if we could have such things in place, I think we'll go a long way. Like, because when we're talking about how schools have tried to frown at indecent dressing, some school devise means of putting on a uniform. They just select colors, but they did not select the way or the type of clothes it should be. So if the whole dressing stuff is being tackled holistically, it will go a long way. And then our religious leaders should not be tired of preaching against it, and they should not condone it in any way. They should not promote it in any way. Talking about parents buying those things for their kids as well, or being guilty of indecent dressing themselves, they could set a good example by dressing decently
for the kids too, because I think parents are the first set of people that the children actually
learn from.
Because that's the first that's the first society, because that's the first place
they learn
everything. So if they actually portray themselves well, like carry themselves as role models to their children, like dress well, and so that their kids can actually see it. Like, my mom would not like me wear this, my dad would not like me wear this, because them themselves actually
they don't buy it for us.
Exactly. So if they can actually tell their children and show them as well to dress decently and buy them clothes that are quite decent and presentable too, is actually going to help.
Okay, one may begin to wonder every time we talk about indecent dressing as a societal ill or social malady in our society, and everybody tends to talk against it. Then who are the people who actually indulge in indecent dressing? Is one question begging for answer. So we're putting it all out there that you have to do your own bits and pieces to see that indecent dressing is highly, highly discouraged.
Truly, it's discouraged. We will not promote indecent dressing.
Okay, our time is spent already. Jojo, what are you rounding up with?
Yeah, so I would say that indecent dressing, you were asking a very big question because everyone is actually, on this. There's no one that's actually left aside because people can decide personally. Our programs like our topic, the program segment says you, me, society. So everyone is actually a victim of this some way, in one way or the other. And most times they are ignorantly doing this. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because they don't know the consequences behind it. So everyone actually has to understand that the consequences of indecent dresses cannot be overemphasized because they're truly practical. We see them every single day. So dress decently because how you dress is how you're going to be addressed.
True. Okay, to a large extent, our dress code or the way we dress depicts our personality, and we know people want to represent different personalities at different times, but there's an extent to which you can do it. If you want to be the jeans type or even the skinny jeans type, there is a moderate way you can do it. There's a respectable way you can do it, and you'll be respecting.
For you to wear this kind of things places too. Yes,
exactly. And then if you want, no matter the kind of dress code or you want to represent or you want to portray at a particular time, there are moderate and responsible ways you can do them.
Truly.
So we'll have to put all hands on deck to see that indecent dressing is highly discouraged. That is the much we can take on today's edition of the program. And from myself and Jojo,
we're saying
thank you for being part of the program, and join us same time, same station next week as we'll bring you another interesting edition of the show. Until then, it's a bye-bye from us.
Bye-bye.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
But I did pray me, Papa, shining light. Us never paper, bad man still they grind. I pray that one day my mama will smile. Yeah. I'm on a journey, I don't know where it leads. Daco don't cry for me, Daco pray for me. Too many hassle things that lay before me. I pray that Baba shining light on me. See them go fair when they hear my song. All my fans they ask them, they cry for joy. All my life I've been praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. Them go fair when I drop my Colombian coco. It is sweet them for party, they do them totori. All my life I've been praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. So many nights I swear, things my mouth can't tell. We are just praying for better days. Make the thing just gel. Do my best to lift the rest of it, beat my chest. Say Baba, just shining light on me. I'm on a journey, I don't know where it leads. Daco don't cry for me, Daco pray for me. Too many hassle things that lay before me. I pray that Baba shining light on me. See them go fair when they hear my song. All my fans they ask them, they cry for joy. All my life I've been praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. Them go fair when I drop my Colombian coco. It is sweet them for party, they do them totori. All my life I've been praying, Baba pick my call. Make a blow, no. Make them no. So I know.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful.
Once upon a time in our lives, yeah, situations stabbing like knives. Yeah, questions rising, how do I fight? Yeah, that is not for you and me. Leave everything to the king. You need to feel nice. Yeah, painful feeling means you're alive. Yeah, ain't no dead man feeling likewise. Yeah, thanks and praises to the king. After suffering comes relief. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hate is ugly, shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. Price for joy, you name it, I will pay. I will never trade you for no one in any way. They still bearing in you as the babies. Had to love you all that I embrace. You were star, no one can take your place. I will never trade you for no one on any day. Doesn't feel right. Yeah, how they do me bad but flex life. Yeah, they cheat me but still they live large. Yeah, where's the drive to stay good when surrounded by evil? You need to love still. Yeah, let go from unless you won't heal. Yeah, that is at the wheels to stand still. Yeah, trouble, pain, they disappear when you wait, you wear a chair. Life is hard and I can understand. Things we see sometimes don't match up to what we deserve. Not the same thing. Everywhere you live, you smile, you love. Hate is ugly, shouldn't be when you're the one involved. You were beautiful in every way. Sun or rain, you have me any day. your type, you trust him and now he hurt you. Or the other loved you but he wasn't for you. Then it's unwise, yeah, yeah.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to the show. It is What's Up Africa.
What's up, Africa?
Of course, you hear that. You hear that from the lady. I'm not going to mention that.
Come on. Cut me some slack.
All right. Okay, so I'm always yapping her when she's blushing. You know what happens to people like this when they blush. So anyways, but the program is What's Up Africa, and here we get to bring you what happened today in history as well as recent and current trends around and across Africa. My name is Susan Achin. You can call me this league Susie.
And I am Immaculate One in South Africa. Winnie Mandela was sentenced to 6 years in prison for her part in the kidnapping and beating of 3 black youths and the death of a 4th.
Wow. So Winnie Mandela,
wife of Nelson,
wife of
Nelson,
anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela. And moving on, we also have something that happened on May 14th, but this one happened in 1999. And in Burundi, 5 soldiers were sentenced to death for the 1993 murder of President Melchior. I think it's Melchior. Melchior Ndadaye. Well, just in case you're wondering who that is, he actually was a Burundian intellectual and politician.
Yeah, one of like the most intelligent presidents that Burundi had seen.
Yes, I mean the word intellectual speaks for itself. But anyways, he was the first democratically elected president and the first Hutu. That's a part of Burundi. The first Hutu president of Burundi after winning the landmark 1993 elections.
Okay, now over to Uganda, but this is still in 1999 on the 14th of May in Uganda. President Museveni offered amnesty to rebel leader Joseph Kony. And Joseph Kony is like the head of a Sudanese rebel group, LRA. They said their name is the Lord Resistance Army.
Lord.
And he also, of course, this amnesty offer also extends to his the member of the LRA. And so when you say the Lord Resistance Army, people like, really? Yes, it's like a religious sect
so
as
bold.
well. Just like the Boko Haram, although this is like a Christian-based one. Yeah, so they said they were fighting. They had really orthodox, or should I say heterodox modus operandi. Yeah, they said they wanted them to actually operate via the 10 Commandments.
Anyways, it's funny how people just want to be leaders and they just create sects that become nuisance eventually to society. But what do you think about amnesty? Is it a good thing when that happens? Does it always work?
Amnesty is like, okay, willingly give up yourself. We don't want war. We don't want bloodshed anymore. So just willingly give it up. So it's better rather than capture this person. They're like giving this person a second chance. Yeah,
basically.
So that's why I feel about amnesty. But when you look at the level of nuisance people have contributed to society, you begin to wonder, is it worth it?
Yeah, sometimes I'm worried about amnesty. I'm like, what if this person go back behind, or they're still doing it, behind the scenes, and they still have other people, they recruited before.
That's a lot goes to say about people that actually offer this amnesty, the government per se. So it's not enough to
they have to watch it,
it's not like lay off your arms and you reabsorb them to society. They have to go through. It's a process. You don't expect them to just wake up.
Exactly where I'm driving at.
Yeah, it's been their lifestyle for a while, so you don't expect change to just come at the flick of a finger. Yeah, so they should take them through a process and really make sure before reabsorbing them into society. Basically.
All right. So on May 14th in 2007, a Chinese rocket blasted a Nigerian communication satellite into orbit, marking an expansion of China's commercial launching services for foreign space hardware.
So I read this and I'm like, when shall it become? Like when will Nigeria actually launch like their own satellite themselves?
It's something that there's a lot of
there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But we cannot do new things by practicing old ways. Yes, because basically I just
you cannot get new results by doing the same thing the same way over and over.
You know, they say it's foolish to actually keep doing things a particular way and expect
different results
yes,
and not expect the same results.
Because our educational system has to be overhauled. You just see people go to school for the sake of writing exams. Yeah, so it should be open-ended, more research, more experiments, rather than just
we need more practical, methods of teaching.
It's not about, okay, you say you're doing practicals, and I learned about osmosis like 10 years ago. My uncle was taught osmosis, and then my children are going to be taught osmosis. We should be innovative.
We need to be more innovative and spread our tentacles, be more creative, and give room for our brains to bring up something that will, of course, change the world. Well, something happened in Sudan on the 14th of May in 2008.
Yes, in 2008, in Sudan, clashes erupted in Abyei between the Northern-based National Army and former guerrillas from the south. Now, Arab Miserias nomads, some armed by the Northerners, and then the Southern Ngok Dinka, I hope I got that right, were protected by the SPLM. Like, it's held like a historical animosity in the area, over land and water, actually. And what actually got my attention was that the UN mission actually did little or nothing
about it,
except protect their base.
Yeah, well,
like you're in a place where.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
On the 28th was put on hold. And now she said, okay, I'm just going to tell you the story. Basically, it's just time. So she said she was with this man and then his phone rang. He wasn't around his phone. So she picked it up and it was his kid from America.
My God.
And so she gets talking to this kid and then gets to realize that her fiance is actually married to a white lady and has kids abroad. But to her husband-to-be is actually a single man who is actually has business abroad and travels frequently.
Wait, so what are you, Ima? Are you saying that she was going to get married to this man, like legally get married to this?
On the 28th of April.
Oh my goodness. But anyways, the thing about God is that God just make things work together for your good. She probably was even regretting why she didn't get married to that guy until she found out this. I mean, this is a big one.
Okay, so this the COVID-19 just happened for my sake. Oh no!
What?
Please.
No, it didn't. But anyways, it's a good thing that she found out, and I see these times as times of sober, where people get to have sober reflections. Yeah. There's certain things that you were thinking about that it gives you the opportunity and the time to rethink. To remake decisions. Ask yourself, was I on the right path? And all that.
Yeah,
so it's actually
just still talking about this COVID-19. I think it kind of made people spend more time together.
Yes.
Because definitely he was talking to his wife and kids, but he wasn't he had time off where he could talk to them.
Yes.
But now the COVID-19, they both locked down together.
Yeah, so he left his phone and then he gave her the opportunity to find out. Well, congratulations to that lady. Anyways.
Really?
But funny things are happening in this COVID-19 days, like the fact that CCTV captured inmates infecting themselves with COVID-19 virus in order to effect early release from prison.
Sure, if you have COVID-19, they will isolate you. Is that not like prison away from prison?
That's like I don't know. I don't even know how to call that kind of prison, but it's still prison.
But anyway,
it's like coming out of prison and entering another kind of prison.
But we've heard stories of people escaping isolation from isolation center. Yeah. So it's actually
even dancing away from isolation center.
So it's actually easier to escape. Anyway, There's another one that I feel when we talk about bonding and then spending time with family. Yeah. People actually tend to spend a lot of time with family, and same can be said for Ebuka, the reality,
the fine boy,
the popular TV host, Dress. Okay, before I hype him too much and they begin to feel like I have a personal interest.
He doesn't. He has a wife and 2 children, 5 children.
A beautiful wife at that. Okay, so this video has been trending lately of popular TV host Ebuka Obi Uchendo. Okay. His wife said he might have found like a new talent. Yeah. So his wife put up this video on Instagram of him helping her relax, or should he say retouch her hair. She captioned the video. He has discovered another talent, putting him to work.
You know the good thing about this COVID-19, there are people that would have thought will continually be too busy until the world ends. But guess what? COVID-19 puts you in a situation where you cannot even say I'm busy. What are you busy doing?
Do you know what I said?
You're busy being locked down. What are you doing?
Take a break, people. Take
a
break.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I cannot imagine someone like Ebuka. I'm sure he must have very tight schedules, you know, and then to be at home and even be retouching his wife's hair, it means that he has all the time in the world.
Baby, want to retouch it? Come, let me help you. What am I doing?
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, some people just, all they do is snack up, just walk to the fridge, get a snack, eat some chocolate, and then, you know, go and watch TV, sleep. You know, that's why we need exercise in this time. I mean,
doing all that, Susie has said, please just do exercises, stretch, jump, run, take a walk.
Yes, seriously. And NAFDAC is urging Nigerians to bring their products for clinical evaluation, because earlier on they were actually refuting some rumors. You know, there was news going around at the time that people had started bringing certain products.
And claiming
they had, but then they said it's just one person they have gotten it from, and the products they even submitted was not even for the cure, it was for treating symptoms.
Oh yeah, because those symptoms are very similar to malaria. So you're treating malaria symptoms and you're feeling like okay, I have cure for COVID-19.
So I mean, I was saying, okay, why the symptoms? And someone said, okay, if the person has brought something that would treat symptoms, then we are on the way to treating
it's one step at a time, but we should be careful because social media puts it out there like
news
I have cure. Okay, now it's time. You have cure. Be submitted to NAFDAC.
Even though Madagascar has said that in 10 days.
Yeah, because like the Madagascar president Andre Rajoelina, he actually slammed World Health Organization, telling them the drink cures COVID in 10 days.
Just 10 days.
What? Like,
isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, he said, and you know the truth about this is that the research institution have actually verified this in Madagascar,
but the WHO
is yet to. They want to do what NAFDAC is saying to do.
They want to do clinical trials and all that.
Have you seen like the bottle, the packaging of the COVID organics?
It looks
like beer. It looks like a something. Imagine like
I don't know. I wanted to. It looks very traditional, right?
It looks very beautiful, like all white.
It looks very traditional.
So imagine like selling it in a bar or maybe you're in a bus and you be like, please give me 2 gala and 1 remedy. I'm just saying, please give me 2 gala and 1 remedy. I hope it's chill.
I love the fact that it looks original. You know, it just looks okay. Well, I love the fact that they were even able to go as far as packaging it this well. Yeah. You know, it's a great thing. And also our lovebirds, you know, beautiful couple, Banky and Adeswa, we're seeing in the studios earlier on, working on the projects with Kobam. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one. I kept thinking, I thought they've done something together, but yeah, it was just a video. Yeah. I can't wait. I know Adesso sings.
You know, it's funny how Banky's main talent is singing, but he can really act. Adesso's main talent is acting,
but she can really sing.
This guy, would have made it like made in heaven for each other. Or what I mean,
but he was made for her.
I mean,
and they basically.
Why are you always snatching celebrities? Like I
don't know. He was my crush until until I actually saw it begin.
Oh, wow. Please tell us more. What is happening in the world of entertainment? Anyways, there's this plan, you know, to remake the movie Rattlesnake.
Okay, I cannot claim to have seen that.
I cannot claim to have seen that.
And it just comes to my head. Boom! I've heard about that. Yeah, like my senior siblings keep saying Rattlesnake. So I guess we have another opportunity at saying it.
Yeah, and then
just like what's his name again? Ramsey Noah. Yeah, did the remake of
Living in Bondage.
And we had the opportunity to see it. Some of us didn't get to see the initial one.
Yes, that movie really caught it for me because it won awards. You know, and
so we're keeping the fingers crossed and hoping Rattlesnake will win more.
Yes, it's good that we go back and just rebrand and repackage this movies. You know, some of us were actually noodle generation, and then we missed out of some of these things.
And thanks for bringing it back on. We love you, and we can't wait to see this one because Osasi Godara is going to be on this one.
Yeah, the beautiful Osasi
Godara. I'm your fan, girl.
And then Femi Branch clocks 50.
Whoa.
Does he look 50? That guy is he's strong.
Yeah.
He looks very okay. I don't know if he's strong. I've not seen him, but he looks very very agile, very active.
You really do not want to know what comes to mind when you say he's strong. Anyways, happy birthday, Femi Branch, because I actually felt she looked 45.
Yeah, he actually looks younger. But congratulations to the actor. He's a very great original actor. I watched him on Funke Akindele's Aitor Town series where he acted as the ballet.
Okay, I watched them right from growing up. I think there's this soap opera Domino. Yeah.
Perry. Perry, Bibi Naija, former Bibi Naija housemate Mike's wife is pregnant.
So made baby.
Yeah, and Simi has been carrying on with her Duduke challenge.
Okay.
Anyways, it's on that note there. We will be joining the curtain. Husband was of Africa, and I hope that you were informed as well as educated and also entertained, because we brought you a couple of things, from what happened, back in the days to what happened and what's happening right now.
Like what's supping, like what's supping,
All right, we'd like to say please stay tuned for more programs coming your way shortly before the day runs out, and we'll be back next week same time on African Patriot Radio. Do have a beautiful Thursday. Love you.
Do stay safe. Bye-bye.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen.
Ekanem. I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You don't get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to the play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though. But I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB. Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Oreo, you're busting my brain. Jaja. The way you bust in my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh, baby. Let me be your shoulder, my love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away. And when I run away, I go jump heavy, go babe. Yeah, when they hook me for neck, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know go do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, babe. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Quick.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man feet carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me I know sound I like to do it no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin. Angelina oh my God. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Say Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. The way they give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira. like as you melanin. Angelina, oh my cutie. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina, oh my cutie. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make you money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make you money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, time mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, oh no, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, time mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, oh yeah, na na na, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la.
It's ODJ Liz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, love, family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, love, family. Now you be the one. No. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your call you. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your muscle. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured me. Oh, yeah. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel her, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, baby. Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just to pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they save, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Make you cover your
keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but tell me how to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night, for sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn. That though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB. ODJ on this one, yeah. Yeah. Huh. Quick, Audio, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh, baby. Let me be your shoulder, my love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go babe. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No way. The kind of love that you show to me, No other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Baby.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do one. It no matter if they identical. Like as you melanin, Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around.
Angelina kill it person. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it person. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh Sikira. Yetinde oh yetinde ah. Sikira oh yeah Sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira oh Sikira show. Sikira oh Sikira ah. Sikira oh Sikira.
Like as you melanin, Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around.
Angelina kill it person. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it person. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la li la la la. La 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la. Oh la li la la la. Oh la li la la la. La li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la.
It's ODJ Blitz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you. Baby, Girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby. I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. No. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your polio. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your muzzle. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, yeah. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, baby. Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get up. Everybody got to realize for this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. You wash your hand. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Wash your hand well. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. distancing. Make you go by your good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hands. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though. But I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come cute for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn. That though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB. Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Quick, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Quick.
You want to talk with you.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do it no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around.
Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde. Sikira oh yeah sikira. They want you to give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira. Sikira oh sikira.
Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around.
Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na na na. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh la 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 la.
It's ODJ Liz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, love, family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, love, family. Now you be the one. No. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your polio. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your Muslim. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart? baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just to pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You don't get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hands.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but tell me how to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long, just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, applied to elevate to greater heights, touching the sky.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
MM Ekanem. I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.